of interest would be related to ensuring we're helping people in ways that they wouldn't expect, or that we're providing this incredible service to people on a day-to-day basis. And because we deal with so many regulations and things, it's easy to complicate things for people. And I really am interested in us simplifying all that we can for people. And for every person that we're helping, it being clear that we're here to serve them, not the regulations and the policies, which might sound like a nuanced thing, but it's easy to lose sight of in this world because there's so many of them. But we've got to be focused on helping people solve the problems that they're facing. And so, and the good news is the Department of Planning and Development Services for the city of Boise has a lot of very dedicated people that do this kind of thing every day. And one thing we'll be looking at is how we can improve our processes such that the people that work within PDS have the best possible environment to work in and the least frustrating environment to work in, and equally as important or more so, that residents of the city have processes that are as simple to understand as possible, and that those processes are consistently and predictably applied. And so that's one category of things. Then the second is related to just the growth of the city and the things that you deal with on a monthly basis. And the interest being, is it possible for Boise to learn from the troubles that so many cities have had? And I happen to come from a city that's seen all of those. Over the past 7 years, I was in a city that really went through this kind of period in the 70s and 80s and made certain choices about how it grew that has led to really most of the problems that it's now facing. And it would be incredibly unfortunate if Boise moved in that same direction as a city, in my opinion. And it's not just the city I came from, it's almost every city in America. So this is not a simple endeavor, but addressing the issues that are most challenging for cities when they're growing, things like mobility and affordability, and adapting to how the climate's changing and what that means in terms of conservation and protection of nature and these kinds of things. And, is it possible for us as a city to make different decisions that result in Boise becoming a better and better city in the ways that people get so frustrated about when it comes to cities? And that's certainly not a no growth or limited growth kind of scenario in my mind. It's the pattern of growth. How are we growing? And is it towards a city that people understand and are compelled by and feel will, as a much larger city, be a better place to live because those big issues have been addressed through the growth that we're enabling? And so we have some things going on right now which are fundamental to this. As you know, the rewrite of the zoning ordinance is a big one. I feel strongly we need to revisit what the plan is for the city. The comprehensive plan is quite old. I feel we need to take a different approach to the comprehensive plan, but revisit, some of what it's saying about the city and how we should grow. But I think the zoning rewrite process is a wonderful platform for this discussion in Boise related to how do we want the physical city to change over time as a result of all this growth, and many other things to work on. The housing work that the planning department's doing and the potential for the city to lead on housing is such a compelling one. the opportunity for the city to lead on mobility beyond from a regulatory standpoint, but how we shape the city related to people, how people get around Boise, and our relationship with the other jurisdictions in the region, and how we work together with them, and again, try to find a path for us as a region and as a city that will lead to much better results than we've seen in many cities in this country. So I want to finish by thanking you for the service you provide to the city. The volunteer work that you do for the residents of Boise is in the category of extreme public service. You know, to spend the time that you do at these meetings and reviewing these applications and helping people through very emotional processes related to how their land is used and how their neighbor's land is used is a task that deserves thanks all the time. So thank you for what you do for the city. And with that, I'll answer any questions or take any comments if you have them.
Great. Well, thanks, Tim. It's nice to meet you. Welcome aboard. It's nice to have you here.
Thank you.
Yeah, you bet. Any questions for Tim?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Commissioner Squires, please.
Hi, nice to meet you, Tim. I guess the one question I have for you, you mentioned, the zoning rewrite, and that is very controversial. I've been paying attention to some of the public commentary over the past year and a half or so. I feel very strongly, and it sounds like you do too, that the comp plan needs to be updated at the same time, but that is currently not the process. How soon do you envision starting on that process? Because I feel like they really need to go hand in hand together.
Well, a couple of things. A great question. Let me answer it in a few ways. The first part of my answer will be that starting Thursday this week, we're going to have 3 public forums over the next, I guess it's 10 days or so, related to the zoning rewrite. After going through that last round of public meetings, we really stepped back and said, what is the public direction on the zoning rewrite, and have made some really significant changes to what we're proposing in the zoning rewrite. And I would categorize it as taking what was a fairly generic set of recommendations in the first modules 1 and 2, basically applying a somewhat one-size-fits-all kind of solution to these issues. And I think what you'll see in this new version is a serious attempt and a quite successful attempt to tie the regulations to the physical place that is this city. So there's been a lot of effort around where density should be and where it shouldn't be, how we have a variety of neighborhoods which make the city what it is, and that shouldn't be ignored. And we've got to find more precise ways to accomplish some of the things that were seen as priorities as the public process started around modules 1 and 2. So the first part of the answer is I think you're going to see a very different kind of direction for the zoning rewrite that addresses a lot of the concern that you mentioned that's happened over the last year and a half. And I hope people will start to see a very different and positive direction in the zoning rewrite. The Blueprint Boise, however, is the comprehensive plan, as you know, and mentioned that the city currently works within. We are beginning a process right now. We actually started in June around an update to the city's plan. And so that is beginning now, and it will pick up some speed. So it's going to help with the conversations related to the zoning rewrite, because the zoning rewrite, we still have public meetings to go. We still have the 3rd module to do. It won't be until the spring of next year before we're really in an official process to approve the zoning rewrite. So we will have a time to have the plan part of it kind of catch up to some degree with the zoning rewrite. But I will say that having been very involved in where the zoning rewrite is now, we'll be able to make these recommendations on the new direction for the zoning rewrite with a lot of confidence, because it's really built into, again, the physical characteristics and structure of Boise. So which isn't going to change. I think the plan might result in some fine tuning, but I think the direction you'll see in this new zoning proposal will be much more compelling when it comes to what the city needs. Yeah.
Excellent. Thanks. Yeah, if you guys don't mind, I'm going to go Commissioner Gillespie online because he had his hand up. He's being very patient there. Milt, you're up.
Can you guys hear me?
We can.
Oh, good. Bob, can you tell me who's present in the council on the dais? Like who from the commission is here tonight?
Meredith, Janelle, Ashley, and myself. And you and John are online.
Okay, so we've got 6 is what I count.
Correct.
Okay, great. First of all, Tim, welcome to Boise. Nice to see you again. Just one quick question. I'd like to rewind back to your comments about, I think, Atlanta and some other cities. Very briefly, what 1 or 2 key lessons learned, because you mentioned the mistakes made in the 70s and 80s in those cities. What are the 1 or 2 key lessons coming out of that experience that you think we should have top of our mind here in Boise?
Okay, thank you. The first 2 I would mention are, if you look at the regional growth, and I'll relate this to Atlanta, but you could say the very same thing about just about every American city. And we have a neighbor to the south that you could say this about. In Utah, during the period of rapid growth in these places, the regional population goes up dramatically and the population of the city stays static. I mean, it's as flat as it can be. And in both of those 2 cases, that is exactly what happened. And in Atlanta's case, I'll give you the numbers and Salt Lake City's numbers. In Atlanta's case, in 1970, the regional population was 1.8 million people, and the city's population was 496,000 people. To now, the region is over 6 million people, and the city's population is 498,000 people. So in the case of Salt Lake City in 1970, the city's population was 200,000 or so people, right in that 200,000 area. And the regional population was, I think, less than 1 million. And now it's more than 2 million, and the city's population remains at 200,000 people. So I mentioned that as one thing because that has implications in so many ways, but the way that they occupied the land is the first issue, which resulted in so many of the problems that they have. So that's one. And the second piece that obviously goes hand in hand with this is that they made a decision at the formative period in their existence that everyone would drive to do everything. I mean, that that would be the commitment from a transportation standpoint. We are committed to everyone driving to do everything. And in both those cases, during their formative period, when you had your chance, that was the decision. And so now what's happening in many places, not just those, is you're trying to undo the damage that's been done by a generational investment in one mode of transportation. That is the second big one. And you know, honestly, you have to be worried about that because there's a feeling, I think there's the sense that that's inevitable, that those kinds of things, that's just what has to happen. And it's just not the case. We have decisions in front of us right now that we could make that will change our course when it comes to these things. We have that ability. What will we invest in as a public And how will that investment, what will that investment result in? And I mean, these are decisions we can make. And so those are, as you ask that question, those are the first two things that come to mind.
Thanks, Milt.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Stead.
Hello, Tim. Nice to meet you. So excited to have you here and have a planner at the helm. I think that makes a big difference. I love those two answers, but I guess to me, they seem, and you even mentioned it, they seem regional. So what can we as a city do to promote those?
Yeah. Well, there's two parts of that answer to me. One is the best case scenario is that we are able to, as a city, work with our neighbors within the region and together solve these problems. And I think there is news to be there is reason to be somewhat optimistic that could happen here. I'm just thinking, for instance, of some efforts that other jurisdictions are making in this region right now that I think are in this direction. And so it's not as though we necessarily are working entirely against the tide. I mean, I think there's reason to believe that others within this region don't want to head down that same flawed path once again. So the best case scenario is we together as a region can, now that's going to require a lot of us in terms of our transportation investments, and that we see that those investments will directly result in the quality of this place. I mean, there's a direct connection. So the work we do in an organization like Compass and what we're investing in is going to be essential to this. And I know we're facing some big decisions right now on what we invest in. We've got to make responsible decisions about those transportation investments that we're facing right now as a region. So that's the best case scenario. You know, an alternate scenario is that there's a lot to do within the city of Boise itself, you know, and we can learn again from those cities that I spoke to, and many cities in this country, even under the circumstances where unfortunately the region heads in the same path, that the city can bolster itself against that and become identifiable within a region even more so than any other city in this country. So I think there's an opportunity for us as a city, even in the context of less cooperation, to address these issues in different ways, even just within the city itself. So the interest for us is really, let's work together as a region and figure this out. But I don't think there's any scenario within which we can't prosper in ways as a city that from these decisions that we make either as a city or as a region. Yeah, I don't think there's a scenario within which Boise can't distinguish itself as a city.
Mm-hmm. Great, thank you. Very cool.
Great. Janelle, did you have any? We have a couple of minutes, I think, before we need to go through agenda.
Yeah, you mentioned that there are places that
Oh,
Boise, where would you identify?
you can't hear Janelle?
Yeah, it is. If you were to speak louder.
Use your outside
Yeah,
voice.
the mic was off.
Okay, so what areas would you identify in Boise that are not appropriate for increased density?
Well, there's two answers to that, I think. One is that where we were headed in the first round with the zoning rewrite was towards consolidation of our single family zones. So we have 3 of them now, that there would be only 2 in the new ordinance. This is where we were headed. And that within those new 2 consolidated zones, there'd be a uniform smaller lot size. So essentially, and that you would be permitted to do 4 units on any property anywhere in the city in single family. So that's where I get to this kind of generic set of regulations that are basically saying we'll have the same density everywhere and it's going to be higher density everywhere. So what we're doing, and I'll speak to council about this tomorrow night, is we're stepping back and saying, no, let's keep all 4 of those, or I'm sorry, all 3 of those, and acknowledge that there's a difference in density within our single family zones, and that's okay. That's what defines the city. And then find other ways to more surgically allow some infill of denser housing types, but respecting the variation in density that we have in single family. So that's one part of it. A second part of it is that we need to be very clear that there are places that we should not be developing, that like there should be an edge to the city, when it comes to these things. And not that there wouldn't be any development there, but that we've got to manage that. And that if we don't, as a city, get careful about that right now, then we're going to enable that pattern that is so destructive. So that's that. Yeah.
Tim, thank you. It was
Okay,
great to
thank
meet you. I think we're running a little short
Absolutely.
on time. We got quite an agenda to go through.
Sure.
So
Well, thank you. Thanks again for all you did.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
For sharing the time.
Commissioner Mooney has a quick question.
Oh, I'm sorry,
That's okay.
John, I'm sorry. We only have these meetings once a month, so I'm like out of practice,
Yeah, no, I was gonna save it for an email. Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think we're running late, so I'll just I'll hold off on it.
Okay, all right.
Thank
Well,
you
I think
all.
we'll definitely be
Appreciate
seeing Mr. Keene again, so.
Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Okie dokie. Well, then we can go through agenda review. We do have quite the agenda ahead of us, but I'm confident we can get through it. We've done it before, we can do it again.
Yeah.
So start off with item A. We've got a CUP, a time extension for CUP 18-00064. It's their second time extension. We're recommending approval for it. Item 1, I think, will be the big show for tonight.
Mhm.
That is a comprehensive plan map amendment to change the land use designation of approximately 10 acres from compact to high density at 9474 West State Street. There's also an application to rezone that 10 acres from R1A, single family residential at 2.1 units per acre, to R3D DA, multifamily residential with design review and development agreement. And there's an associated PUD for 224 multifamily units and 3 single family homes, which includes a height exception, and then the prelim plat for the whole shebang.
Okay.
We are recommending approval, but there is neighborhood opposition, so we will be hearing that one.
Okay.
Item 2 is a modification to a development agreement to include residential uses and to adopt a new conceptual site plan on 1.38 acres in an NOD-DA zone at 10009 West McMillan Road. There's also a PUD for 12 multifamily units and a variance to exceed the maximum square footage limit for an accessory dwelling unit included. We are recommending approval, but there is neighborhood opposition, so we'll be hearing that one. Item 3 is PUD 22-18 at 4811 North Pierce Park Lane. It's a conditional use permit for a planned residential development comprised of 4 multifamily units on 0.32 acres in an R2 zone. We are recommending approval, and we can try for consent on item 3. Item 4 is CVA 22-11 is a variance to encroach into the street side setback for a residential addition on an existing house in the R2 zone. That's at 2798 West Reagan Street. We're recommending denial. So we'll hear that one as well. Item 5 is CUP 2219 at 2505 West Stewart Ave. It's a conditional use permit to construct 2 accessory structures in front of the primary structure on 0.14 acres in an R2 zone. We are recommending approval, but we got neighborhood opposition, so we'll be hearing that. Item 6 is a little bit, it's a little complicated. We've got a rezone request for 3.3 acre, or excuse me, an annexation request for 3.3 acres with an R1B zone at 5727 Hill Road. There's an associated PUD for 40 single, or PUD and sub for 40 residential units on that. We're recommending approval of the annexation and denial for the PUD sub. So we will be hearing that one. There was some neighborhood opposition as well.
Okay.
Item 7, SUB 2231 is at 2484 West Monitor Way, is a prelim plat for a residential subdivision comprised of 48 buildable and 6 common lots on 13.33 acres in the R1B zone. We are recommending approval, but we did receive public testimony, so we'll be hearing that.
Crystal, just a reminder on that one, I have to recuse.
Perfect,
So I'll hand
okay.
off to Meredith.
Excellent. Just
Okay.
don't leave the room.
Okay.
Yep. Now we get into some greens here, so we can try for consent on number 8. That's CUP 2218 at 415 West Thatcher Street. It's a conditional use permit to expand an existing legal nonconforming use by more than 20% on 0.14 acres in an R1CH zone. We're recommending approval and we can try for consent on that.
Okay.
Item 9 is CUP 2221 at 3401 North Collister Drive. It's a modification to a special exception to include outdoor rec and alcohol sales on 0.95 acres in an R1C zone. We are recommending approval and we can try for consent. Item 10, CUP 22-9 at 1439 Weedman Ave. It's a modification to a conditional use permit to increase the maximum number of children allowed in an existing childcare facility to 44 and a C2D zone. We're recommending approval and we can try for consent so far on that. Item 11 is PUD 2223 at 4403 North Maple Grove Road. It's a conditional use permit for a planned residential development comprised of 11 multifamily units on 0.98 acres in an R1C zone. We are recommending approval, but we did receive neighborhood opposition, so we'll be needing to hear that.
Okay.
Item 12, we're almost done, I promise. CAR 22-8. This is at 2667 South Victory View Way. It's a rezone of 2.6 acres from R1A single family residential to M1D light industrial with design review. We are recommending approval and can try for consent. And then last but certainly not least, we have item 13. It's PUD 2236 at 722 West Franklin Street. It's a conditional use permit for planned residential development comprised of 9 units on 0.28 acres and an LOHD CD zone. It's a mouthful. We are recommending approval, and so far we can try for consent. We didn't receive any opposition. So
Okay.
to recap, we can try for consent on items A,
Okay.
3, 8, 9, 10, 12, and 11. And we will be hearing item 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 11. Ooh. I know.
Okay.
So with that, we've got, we can start
Yeah.
early or have a couple minutes.
Thanks, Crystal. We'll see you in 2 minutes.
All right, good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Boise City Planning and Zoning Commission public hearing. A few things to start out with for tonight's proceedings. Everyone from the public entering the hearing virtually has been automatically muted and cannot speak. As the item you're interested in comes up for discussion, you'll be called upon and unmuted. There is a chat function in Zoom, but this is not part of the record and should only be used if technical difficulties arise. Our procedures for public hearings begin with a presentation from the planning team, then we'll go to the applicant and then the representative of the Registered Neighborhood Association, followed by questions from the commission. After that, we proceed to public testimony, starting with those who are in person, those who sign up on the sign up sheet in advance, and then anyone else who raises their hand virtually. If you are attending through your telephone, you can type in *9 to raise your hand. Each member of the public is allowed up to 3 minutes for testimony. We are strict with this time as it is limited in code. Finally, the applicant is allowed 5 minutes for rebuttal, after which the hearing will be closed and the commission will deliberate and render a decision. Mr. Chair, you have the floor.
Thanks, Crystal. We are citizen volunteers appointed by the mayor and approved by the city council. We make final decisions on conditional use permits, variances, and appeals, and recommendations to the city council on subdivisions, rezones, annexations, and code or comprehensive plan amendments. Any decision tonight may be appealed to the city council, provided that the appeal is filed within 10 days of this hearing. In order to file an appeal, you must have given written or oral testimony at tonight's meeting. So that's why it's important to give your name and address when you testify tonight. We utilize a consent agenda. This means that if the applicant agrees with the staff report, and if there is no public opposition, the item will be placed on the consent agenda. All items that are placed on the consent agenda are approved with one motion without further public comment. For items not on the consent agenda, we will hold a full public hearing in the order just detailed a few minutes ago with staff, applicant, neighborhood association, and then public testimony. Thank you all for attending tonight. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Stead,
Here.
Schaefer,
Here.
Squires,
Here.
Blanchard, Moore, Gillespie,
Here.
Finfrock, Danley, Mooney,
Here.
6 present, 3 absent.
Okay, thank you very much. Just for the record, we do have 2 commissioners online this evening with us. And then there are some folks online. And just as a reminder, the text or chat feature online is for technical issues only. There will be no testimony typed or received in that manner. So if you're online, please refrain from any comments unless you need help with the technology itself. Okay, we'll jump into our agenda here tonight. We've got quite an agenda. We have a handful of items eligible for consent. So we're going to start there. First one on that list is item A. It is CUP 18-64 EV Studio at 2350 West Kootenai Street. This is a 2-year time extension for an 85-unit planned residential development on 7.4 acres in an R2D zone. Is the applicant with us this evening? Doesn't look like it. Okay. We're going to go ahead and assume that they are okay moving this to consent. Is there anybody in attendance this evening here to testify on this item? Okay. No takers. So we'll go ahead and place item A on consent. Next item eligible for consent is item number 3, PUD 22-18 TO Engineers. The address is 4811 North Pierce Park Lane. This is a conditional use permit for a planned residential development comprised of 4 multifamily units on 0.32 acres in an R2 zone. Is the applicant with us tonight? The applicant's here, and are you in agreement with the terms and conditions of the staff report? Okay, let the record show the applicant is present and in agreement with the terms and conditions of the staff report. Is there anybody here in attendance tonight to testify on this item? Okay, very good. Looks like no takers there. So we'll go ahead and place item number 3 on the consent agenda. All right, up next, I believe is item number 8. This is CUP 22-18, Donald Kemper. The address is 415 West Thatcher Street. This is a conditional use permit to expand an existing legal non-conforming use by more than 20% on 0.14 acres in an R1 CH zone.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Stead.
I just want to state for the record, in an effort of transparency, that I did attend the public meeting for this item. I live in the area of impact and wanted to meet my neighbors.
Okay, great. Thank you, Commissioner Stead. Is the applicant present this evening for this item? Yes, okay, the applicant's here. And are you in agreement with the terms and conditions of the staff report? Okay, let the record show that the applicant is present and in agreement with the staff report. Is there anyone in attendance tonight here to testify against this item? Okay, very good. We'll go ahead and place item number 8 on consent. Up next is item number 9, CUP 22-21, Paula Murphy. The address is 3401 North Collister Drive. This is a modification to a special exception to include outdoor recreation and alcohol sales on 0.95 acres in an R1C zone. Is the applicant with us this evening? Okay. Staff, any idea? Okay, we'll go ahead and assume that they're okay with the staff report. Is there anyone in attendance this evening to testify in opposition to this item? Okay, no takers there either. So we'll go ahead and place item number 9 on consent. Thank you. Up next is item number 10, CUP 22-9, Nathan Kramer. The address is 1439 South Weedman Avenue. And this is a modification to a conditional use permit to increase the maximum number of children allowed in an existing child care facility to 44 on 0.34 acres in a C2D zone. Is the applicant with us tonight? Okay, looks like he's online. Mr. Kramer, are you in agreement with the terms and conditions of the staff report?
Yes, I am.
Okay, terrific. And is there anyone in attendance this evening here to testify in opposition to this project? Okay, very good. We'll go ahead and place item number 10 on our consent agenda. Up next is item number 12. This is CAR 22-8 KM Engineering. The address is 2667 South Victory View Way. This is a rezone of 2.6 acres from an R1A to an M1D zone. And is the applicant present tonight? Great. And are you in agreement with the terms and conditions of the staff report? Okay, let the record show that the applicant is present and in agreement with the staff report. Is there anyone here tonight to testify in opposition to this item? Okay, we'll go ahead and place item 12 on the consent agenda. And last but not least, item number 13 is PUD 22-36, Daniel McCown. Project address is 722 West Franklin Street. This is a conditional use permit for a planned residential development comprised of 9 units on 0.28 acres in an LOHD-CD zone. Is the applicant present? Yes. Terrific. And are you in agreement with the terms and conditions of the staff report? Yes. Terrific. Let the record show the applicant is present and in agreement with the staff report. Is there anyone here to testify in opposition to this item? Okay, very good. We'll go ahead and place item 13 on consent. And real quick to circle back, I neglected to include our meeting minutes from June 6th, 2022 on the consent agenda. So without objection, I will place those minutes on consent as well. Is there any further discussion about consent?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Stead.
I move that we approve the consent agenda, including the minutes from the June 6, 2022 meeting, as well as item A, CUP 18-64, item 3, PUD 22-18, item 8, CUP 22-18, item 9, CUP 22-21, item 10, CUP 22-9, item 12, CAR 22-8, and item 13, PUD 22-36.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Stead and a second by Commissioner Squires to approve the consent agenda. Any further discussion? Very good. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Stead,
Aye.
Schaefer,
Aye.
Squires,
Aye.
Gillespie,
Aye.
Finfrock, Mooney,
Aye.
all in favor, motion carries.
Okay, great. Thanks for that, everybody. We'll move right along on to item number 1 tonight on our agenda. All right, this is a mouthful here. We got CPA 21-7, CAR 21-45, PUD 21-65, and SUB 21-61. The applicant is KM Engineering. The project address is 9474 West State Street. This is a comprehensive plan map amendment, a rezone, a conditional use permit, and a preliminary plat for a residential subdivision comprised of 2 multifamily lots, 3 single-family lots, and 1 common lot on approximately 10 acres. And we'll go ahead and hear from staff first. Ms. Delaney Garlick.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. Before you is a request for the comprehensive plan amendment, rezone, subdivision, and plan unit development with a height exception. The subject property is approximately 10 acres and comprised of 2 parcels located at 9474 and 9650 West State Street. The site is an infill property located north of State Street, a major transportation corridor, and to the west is the Chardonnay Square residential subdivision and North Duncan Lane. The property is located within the Northwest Planning Area and is designated as an area of significant new development and redevelopment anticipated as identified on the areas of change and stability map. The applicants are requesting to amend the land use map from compact to high density in order to allow a zoning district that can support high density multifamily development. The project site is located along West State Street, which has been identified as a transit-oriented development corridor. The change to high density is consistent with guidance from the comprehensive plan and State Street policy documents. These documents and plans emphasize higher density development along State Street, which would be supported by the proposed comprehensive plan amendment. The applicants request to rezone the site from R1A single family residential to R3D DA multifamily residential with design review and development agreement. This rezone would allow a construction of a multifamily project containing 224 multifamily dwelling units, 3 single-family homes. Of the different zone districts that could be allowed, the proposed R3D zone is most appropriate since it's consistent and compatible with the surrounding residential developments and the State Street TOD policies. It will act as a transition between the State Street major transit corridor and the single-family residential uses and neighborhood to the north. The project meets the goals of the State Street Corridor Transit Oriented Development Policy Guidelines, which calls for an increase in transit supportive density within the corridor and supports modifying current zoning to encourage higher density residential at the nodes with the diversity of housing types and prices. The development agreement is included, which ensures conceptual plans, access, and density will be met. The PUD and subdivision proposal associated with the CPA and rezone request include 224 multifamily residential units over 2 parcels ranging from 1 to 3 bedrooms and comprised of 5 apartment buildings ranging from 3 to 4 stories. 3 single-family lots and 1 common lot are proposed in the northwest corner of the site along the proposed Sloan Street extension. The site provides 302 parking spaces exceeding the minimum required on-site parking. The project will reconfigure and improve vehicular and pedestrian connectivity in the area by aligning Ulmer Lane, a collector roadway, through the center of the project site and terminating at a future signalized intersection at State Street. The developer proposes pedestrian crossings with flashing beacons to the east of the intersection of each drive aisle and on Ulmer Lane. The applicant is proposing 5-foot wide detached sidewalks and landscape buffers along Ulmer Lane, as well as pedestrian connectivity throughout the site, which lead to buildings, amenities, and surrounding pedestrian networks. The project will also be providing a 12-foot wide multi-use pathway along the south boundary along State Street. The applicant requests a height exception to exceed the maximum 45-foot height limit in the R3 zone. The proposal includes a request to go to 55 feet to accommodate four-story buildings to increase the overall density of the project and provide a variety of units. Each four-story building requesting the height exception is highlighted in yellow on your screen. These buildings are concentrated along State Street and interior to the site, away from the adjacent single-family residential homes to the north and east. The need for the height increase is due to the loss of buildable space on the site due to the new public road construction bisecting the property. Comments received from agencies indicate support for the proposed project. ITD reviewed and approved the provided traffic impact study and provided comments on traffic pattern and access. ACHD has not provided their official comment, but has been in conversation with both the applicant and staff throughout the review process. ACHD plans a hearing later this month regarding the signalized intersection at Ulmer and State. Public comments were also received during the review period, discussing opposition to the proposed project with concerns about high density housing, traffic increase, concerns for safety, and incompatibility with the existing neighborhood. Planning staff recommends approval, and the motion needed this evening is a recommendation to City Council for the comprehensive plan amendment, rezone, and subdivision, and a final decision on the PUD. And I'm available if you have any questions.
Okay, thanks, Delaney. Next, we'll hear from staff, or I'm sorry, the applicant.
All right, I think that's on now. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Stephanie Hopkins with KM Engineering, 5725 North Discovery Way, Boise 83713. I'm here representing our client and the developer on Westlock Village, formerly known as Matlock Village. Delaney did a wonderful job summarizing our request and did a fantastic job with her analysis in the staff report. I'd like to thank her for the thorough analysis and also just the communication throughout this process. It's been incredibly easy to get meetings scheduled and to make sure that we're coordinating with all the agencies that review and comment on this project. It's been a great process. So we're really excited to be before you tonight to discuss this project. We submitted back in December of last year, held our neighborhood meeting in fall of last year, and our client has been in touch with the Northwest Neighborhood Association and adjacent neighbors since fall of last year, discussing concerns and designing the project. So go ahead and go to the next slide. So she covered the project location. Go ahead and go past one. We're located north of State, Garden City's to the south. There's commercial and high density residential zoning in the area. In Garden City, there's commercial and high density residential zoning as well. Next slide, please. There are several multifamily developments that have been recently approved or are at various stages of development, as shown on the screen, varying densities. Westlock Village is proposing about 25 units an acre, and there are others that go up to 37 units an acre. So we feel that this would be an appropriate and compatible project for the area. Next slide. As Delaney mentioned, we are requesting a comprehensive plan map amendment from compact to the high density residential. This was really steered in initial conversations with the city. We met with staff and noted that it was important. Am I able to control?
Yes.
Oh, awesome. Thank you. Noted that high density was really targeted for this area and encouraged us to find a project that would be compatible with that goal. They encouraged us to request a comprehensive plan map amendment so that we could get up to 43 units an acre. We designed the site to make sure that there'd be adequate parking and that it would be livable. So there's just no way to get that high. We're at, I think I said 25 units an acre, which is about half of what the maximum density would allow for the high density residential future land use map. As Delaney mentioned, this is in an area that's targeted as a stability and change area. The planned unit development that we are requesting your approval on tonight includes 224 units. There will be 88 one-bedroom units, 104 two-bedroom units, and 32 three-bedroom units. Buildings A, B, D, and E are the four-story buildings that we mentioned we're requesting a height exception to 55 feet for. I believe the height of the building is only 51 feet, so it's really a 6-foot difference between the maximum height requirement or allowance and what we're requesting. Building C is being kept at 3 stories to ensure compatibility with the adjacent single-family homes. So initially, we had submitted a plan that showed Sloan Street terminating into a cul-de-sac. As you can see on the original image, this was in large part because of our neighborhood meeting that we held and our clients' coordination with the neighbors. They really didn't want Sloan Street to continue through, and they were trying to be cognizant of that and receptive. However, in the several months that we've had to prepare for this, we've had the opportunity to meet with ACHD, ITD, and the city multiple times, and it was made very apparent that that road needed to connect through, and we were encouraged to revise our plan. So we did, and everything else is staying the same. It's just really to make sure that there's that connectivity, and it's in ACHD's policy as well as the cities to connect streets through when they're stubbed like that with previous development. So the Chardonnay Square subdivision did plan on bringing that road through with future development. It just hadn't been connected through yet. So our preliminary plat includes two multifamily lots, 3 single-family lots, and 2 common lots. As mentioned, we're proposing 224 multifamily units and 3 single-family units. We will be realigning the Ulmer Lane collector roadway through the site. We coordinated with the long-range transportation planning department at Boise to configure it in a sweeping motion here. So that is an alignment that has been approved by the city, and we designed our plans as such. We're proposing various open space and site amenities, a dog park, clubhouse that'll include a gym. There's also going to be a pool. There's a multi-use pathway along State Street, the 12-foot multi-use pathway that's required that we're going to be including, and then internal pedestrian connections as well. And as Delaney mentioned, our client really wanted to try to bridge the 2 pieces of the multifamily project together since there's a collector that kind of bisects the site. So they wanted to include the crosswalk with flashing beacon, and we coordinated with ACHD to make sure that that would be doable. This is an exhibit that we created to depict the ITD conditions that we'll be complying with. So Ulmer Lane will be restricted to a right in, right out. There will also be dedicated left turn lanes on State Highway 44 that'll serve Duncan Lane, which is our eastern street boundary, and the existing Ulmer Lane, which is to the south. So I don't know if you can see the arrows, but there are lanes there that restrict left movements. And then there will be median refuge for northbound to westbound left turns from the existing Ulmer Lane approach to westbound State Highway 44. So that would be basically if you're coming north on Ulmer Lane and turning into the center, there's a little bit of a blockade there, probably a concrete median that prevents folks from being able to turn left into the new Ulmer Lane. And that's depicted with merge arrows. This is an example of what that medium refuge would look like. So if you picture the parking lot as Ulmer Lane going north, there would be arrows that show people kind of how they should merge and prevent, there's another little concrete area that prevents folks from turning in an alternate direction. These are the typical building elevations. They will consist of a mix of materials. It'll be a mixture of, they'll be contemporary buildings to be consistent with what's in the area already, but also kind of a new look. They'll have wood, likely stucco, and maybe a variety of sidings. I should mention that the clubhouse elevation that was submitted with the application indicated a 1-story clubhouse. It's possible that when the project comes in through design review, that they might request a 2-story or just a taller building. We discussed that with staff, and they said that that would be okay as long as it complies with the R3D district. So, and then again, these are just some renderings to show you kind of how the project will be oriented. This is the dog park that's at the northeast corner of the site, adjacent to the single family residential in Chardonnay Square, and then homes or residences that abut that. And so as the staff report states, we're consistent with multiple blueprint, Boise, and planning document policies and goals. We'll provide a much needed housing along a transit corridor and near existing services and infrastructure. We're completing a large piece of infrastructure that the public will be able to use that will help to facilitate more effective pedestrian and vehicular connections with Ulmer Lane. And we appreciate, again, like I said, staff's coordination on this. It's been really easy to communicate with them to understand what they want and to make changes based on those comments. And we do appreciate ITD and ACHD and the fire department and other folks that were able to meet throughout this process too, to revise our plans. So the development team is here if you have any questions that I'm not able to answer. However, I'll stand for questions. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Stephanie. First, we're going to hear from, I believe Mr. Llewellyn is here from the Northwest Neighborhood Association, and then we'll move to questions after that.
The bottom one.
The very last one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hopefully. It's the big one. Take a little while.
Okay.
Richard Llewellyn, 9170 Hill Road, representing Northwest Neighborhood Association. Good evening, Chair and Planning and Zoning Commissioners. As soon as, let's see, this does work, I believe. Yes. This is the site as it exists today. In the north, or it's kind of on the upper right-hand corner, it's actually right behind Commissioner Mooney, is the, on my screen at least, is the West Lone Street neighborhood, and we'll come back to that. First of all, I'd like to have a few appreciations here. This was quite an unusual project in some way. The Matlock family, who I grew up with, have been farmed the area for 100 years. They rejected a significantly higher priced offer on this last large parcel that they own in the area. And they did that because they, with experience with other buyers in the past, and with this, essentially they wanted to ensure a good outcome. And I think that's an important thing to mention. It's very rare for people to actually take less money, and significantly less money for their land. And I would extend that, I think our neighborhood will extend that to the applicant for attempting to honor that trust that the Matlock family extended. The applicant has been communicative. The original application reduced the impact on adjacent residents, and we'll come back to that. They have agreed to complete the 12-foot multimodal path on State Street. As you've probably all heard, some applicants try to get around that. And that's a big deal for our neighborhood, and we appreciate that. And they are shouldering a significant burden as agencies have required this Ulmer Street realignment. So I'd like everyone to keep that in mind throughout this talk. Matlock Village, as you've heard, it's requesting a rezone, quite a large rezone, requires a comp plan amendment and a building height exception. So now I'm going to step back a little bit, because our main focus here tonight is going to be about the lack of adequate transportation infrastructure, especially in this Bogart Lane, Duncan Lane area along State Street. It's been an ongoing problem. And I'm going to step back a little bit, and I can't really walk through the traffic impact study with you. It's too many details, but I will give you conclusions from a traffic impact study done for Prominence in 2018. This was a traffic impact study that was accepted by ACHD completely. It took several revisions and more than a year to complete. Here is a letter to the left to the city from WH Pacific, representing Trilogy and CBH. And here's some conclusions. If you just read to the right, that's highlighted, that will pull out what's there in the letter to the left. For instance, as noted in the traffic impact study, intersections of Duncan Lane State Street and Bogart Lane State Street are at a level of service F with or without the prominent subdivision. And this was in 2018. After receiving comments from city staff and ACHD, our development team decided to update our traffic impact study and to make adjustments to the project plan. And this was in 2018. The point of this being that they had to project, like all traffic impact studies, to background build out conditions, and they consider that 225. And so they based that on a 2% annual growth rate. And they write, there were no identified in-process developments or funded roadway improvements within the vicinity of the site that were included in the future conditions analysis. And that's a big deal because there are multiple concurrent projects, many of which have gone through this body, that are all impacting this Bogart Lane intersection primarily because that's the only signalized one, but also Row to the east and Duncan/Ulmer to the west. The following potential mitigations were analyzed for intersections failing below ACHD's and ITD's traffic operation standards. State Street and Duncan Lane, a traffic signal with the existing lane configurations would satisfy ITD and ACHD operations standards. So a traffic signal. This is projecting 225 background conditions with a 2% annual growth rate. Okay, without considering any concurrent developments in the area. Well, that's not the case. On the ground, we have many concurrent developments. We have a 58% increase in traffic in housing units in this area, which is outlined here. Ignore the scribbled areas. This is where people use Bogart Lane. In 2019, we could count 919 housing units. 2019 is important because this is when the applicant's traffic impact study used counts along Bogart Lane to extrapolate future growth for the intersection. They decided there would be, and they didn't support this, they said there would be a 4% annual growth rate, more than the prominence 2%, but just a 4%. So we have, however, if you count up all of these units that this body has already approved, that is a one-time 58% increase in housing units or a 12 to 15% annual growth. Now that's, it's just vastly different than a 4% annual growth rate. And that's a problem. Really what we have here is, as I'll say, is a train wreck coming to these intersections, and we're watching them in slow time, and there's nothing that seems like our neighborhood can do about it. So there is an ACHD hearing scheduled for Matlock Village. We went down on June 21st to speak at the public hearing, as ACHD allows. But they said, no, don't speak. We're going to schedule a hearing on the Matlock Village, not just on the signal, but on the entire project on July 20th. That's when we'll be able to bring up our neighborhood concerns, and the commission, the ACHD commission, will be able to evaluate whether or not the traffic impact study and the staff report from ACHD, which is still pending as I believe it, is adequate. And that at that time, we should evaluate the traffic impact study, consider future cut through traffic on residential streets, consider capacity of Bogart Lane State Street intersection, the future of Duncan Lane State Street intersection, and the timeline and phasing of Ulmer Lane and the State Street traffic signal. All of those things have yet to be heard from the public to the ACHD commission. So I went black. Okay. Now, a benefit of this development for the neighborhood would be, because they are shouldering the cost of the Ulmer Street realignment, if there was a traffic signal, then people could finally in my neighborhood regain access like we used to have to the Greenbelt. Now it's just too busy to cross from most places over to the Greenbelt. So instead of a 2.25 miles from Matlock Village to get to the Greenbelt to the south, they could go straight across State Street with a pedestrian crossing. It would be half a mile, and that would be great. It would also be half a mile then to a future, hopefully, transit stop on Bogart. We talk about this as a major transit corridor, but I think it's very important for you to remember there are no bus stops. If there may be a bus stop at some time at Bogart Lane, and then if there was a signalized intersection, it's much safer to walk on the south side of State Street. The reason being, here's the north side of State Street. And this is a video. I wonder if I can get to play. It's, yeah. Oh, perfect. Thank you so much. This is looking west. This is looking east with the Boise Valley Canal right next to us. This is where we have to walk in order to get to the future bus stops on Bogart Lane now, or to get to the Greenbelt by going back to the Bogart Lane intersection. It's just not safe. And this is supposed to be a transit-oriented corridor. Again, I appreciate in front of the applicant's development, they are doing this 12-foot multimodal path. So that's great, but we still don't have that connectivity to the east. To the west, we have a lot of potential future development. CBH has bought the Franz Whitty site. This applicant has bought a much smaller site to the west. How will these larger units interact, especially in terms of traffic, both access onto State Street and potentially through the West Sloan neighborhood? Again, it's the neighborhood we're talking about is there behind, up in the northwest, or sorry, in the upper right corner. This is what it looks like today. It really was not designed to handle a huge increase in zoning in the area. Yes, they were expecting it's a stub, but the zoning surrounding it is R1A. And so the problem will be is we don't know how much future growth there will be coming through there.
Time.
Okay.
Mr. Lalonde, you want to take a minute or two just to wrap it up?
Thank you. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll just thank you very much. So the original application, again, that we appreciated, yes, they called for that cul-de-sac. And I believe they called for 3 stories on that northern apartment. And we would appreciate at least a step down closer to the residents, because those are the closest residents anywhere. And then, having 4 stories long State made a lot of sense. So our conclusions really are the transportation infrastructure is inadequate. We are not accounting for multiple concurrent projects. We don't know the fate of Duncan Lane, when that's going to be closed. And if it is closed before there's a signal on Ulmer, that could actually reduce the existing capacity today to make turns on the State. So we really want to phase the development to the completion of a traffic signal. And without having been heard by ACHD, it's really hard to make sure that all these parts might come together. So thank you, and thank you for that little extra bit of time.
You bet. Thank you, Mr. Llewellyn. Okay, we'll go ahead and open this up for questions by the commission to staff, the applicant, or the neighborhood association.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Stead.
This is a question for staff. Do you find it appropriate to move this forward before that July 20th hearing?
Chairman, members of the commission, the feedback from ACHD, as I said, we've been in communication with them throughout this review process. And the feedback from them was that a land use decision is much appreciated before they're talking about offsite improvements, being that this Ulmer connection is a very large piece to that intersection discussion. The timing of that is oftentimes dictated by the surrounding land use. But I will mention that ACHD hearing would come prior to a city council approval.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Squires,
I have a few questions, if I may.
you may, please.
So on that same topic with ACHD, you mentioned, I think in your original staff report, that we might actually have a draft staff report to look at. Have we seen that, given the meeting is next week?
Chairman, members of the commission, I have not received a copy of that, but we'll be continuing communication with ACHD on that report as it comes in.
Okay, follow up on that, please. What is staff's recommendation regarding the timing of the signal?
Chairman, members of the commission, are you directing that towards city staff?
Yes, I am. What are the conversations between the city and ACHD, given the magnitude of this project, along with everything else that's happening along State Street?
Yeah, we would definitely want to see a priority to have that signal come in. Obviously, the sooner the better. In the meantime, we have interim traffic access and patterns as identified by ITD comments. So we are looking to kind of address the issues with access, keeping Duncan open, allowing ride in, ride out on the Ulmer, and then obviously advocating for that signal as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you. A couple more questions. This is directed at the applicant. There is a condition of approval that you will only be allowed to develop half the site until the fire station is ready to go in 2024. Just want to make sure that you're okay with that condition of approval.
Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Commissioner Squires. So our client has actually been in communication with Mike Bisogno, the fire department. And our understanding is that he's going to modify his request and conditions for the project to allow for, I think it's going to be based on certificate of occupancy rather than building the buildings. It's going to be structured based on when the fire department is built. That being said, though, I think City of Boise's staff report does just require compliance with whatever the fire department's conditions are. And we are comfortable with complying with that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And just a follow-up question for you. There is a lot, one of the single family lots, or there's 4 up there actually. There's one with a bunch of dots on it. I couldn't read it in our in our packet. Could you, I assume that's drainage. Am I correct in that assumption?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Squires, yes, that's allotted. It's a common open space lot that will be used for drainage.
Okay.
And I believe there's going to be an easement.
And then my last question, sorry to dominate.
Good.
The neighborhood association was talking about that northernmost building, and would you and your client be willing to entertain the idea of potentially stepping that building down?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Squires, I don't know. I'd have to talk with my client about that, but that was directly in response to staff's request to increase the density on the site. And that's the primary reason that we increased that building height and added, it's a mixture of 3-bedroom and 1-bedroom units. So I can speak with our client though.
Okay, thank you. Thank you,
that-
Mr. Chairman.
On that note, actually, Delaney, could you pull up the current site plan just so we can refresh? Yeah.
Bob,
Milt, I see your hand up. I know. You're
can you
next.
hear me? Oh, okay. I'll wait.
You're next. Sorry, Ashley was on a roll there, but I had to.
It's cool. She got most of what I wanted to talk about.
Okay, excellent.
So I just want to follow up, if I might, Mr. Chairman, with one question that Ashley raised related to that. What is it, building D, or the one up in the corner?
Yeah, please go ahead, Milt.
So what's the distance between the northern edge of that building? And so there's a setback. It looks like there's the stub of, I think, Sloan Street. And then you get to those 3 or 4 houses up there, proposed houses. How far is that? And the reason I ask is because, that horizontal distance, the bigger it is, it sort of offsets the impact of the tallness of that building.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Gillespie, the distance from the building to the existing homes over in Chardonnay Square is about 70 feet. So I believe that the distance from the proposed homes would probably be like 80 to 90 feet. I can't tell exactly how far, but there will be a landscape buffer. And then of course, Sloan Street that'll provide a buffer as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Pinfrock.
Question for Delaney. Can you explain the code definition of the difference between a variance and an exception?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Finfrock, as it relates to a request for a height exception, that falls under our conditional use permit request. And so for a variance, we would be looking at structural or building setbacks to specific property lines. and for the increase in height to exceed the zoning designation, that does fall under a CUP in our current zoning code.
Okay, Commissioner Mooney has his hand up online. We'll go to Mr. Mooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To follow up on that building A step down discussion, so question for staff. It sounds like the applicant is pointing back to staff regarding density, and that's why that building isn't stepped down. Could you talk about that some more from staff's perspective?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Mooney, staff definitely wanted to see the highest and best use of this site as far as utilizing it to the best potential. We wanted to balance both density and usability of the site while also acknowledging a very large piece of the property is being kind of taken up by that Ulmer Lane Collector Road connection. So our feedback to the applicant early on was, if you can get more density to fit and be, within the design, we would like to see more density where it makes sense. And in this particular case, density along State Street, that's exactly where we'd want to see it planned. So that was the reasoning behind that.
Okay, thanks, Delaney. Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Please.
For the staff, I guess, can you speak to Mr. Llewellyn, the neighborhood association's issues regarding the planning assumptions and what he describes as a significant difference between the assumptions in the TIS and the actual reality on approved projects in that area?
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, I will speak to the TIS. It is prepared by a third party. We do review that document as well as our fellow agencies, ACHD and ITD. We look to that to provide assumptions and information for kind of future build out of the proposed area and traffic impacts. So we do trust that the TIS is using proper assumptions. We don't necessarily have a traffic engineer here on staff to confirm that, but we do trust with these producing the traffic impact study and that being reviewed and accepted by ITD, that would be an acceptable assumption. And maybe the applicant might want to speak a little bit to that 4% growth rate.
Sure, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, the traffic consultant that was used for this project worked with ITD and ACHD in scoping out the project and determining what what intersections are studied as well as what the growth rate was. So that was all agreed upon by the transportation authorities. I don't know exactly what the methodology was behind the 4%. I could read through the traffic impact study to probably get a little bit of a feel for that. But I agree with what Delaney said. It's something that collaboratively all the reviewing agencies work together on it, but it is prepared by a third party.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
So maybe Richard could talk about this as well as the city. My understanding of that 4% reference in Mr. Llewellyn's comments was that was the growth rate that was used for the traffic study associated with Prominence, which is a 4 or 5 year old subdivision up on Hill Road. And I think Mr. Llewellyn's point, and I'd like him to talk about it, wasn't specific to this traffic study. He was simply saying, look, we have this traffic study from 4 years ago that said 4%, and it's obviously higher than that. I don't think he was commenting specifically about any assumptions within this traffic study, but I could be wrong. So I'd like to hear what he has to say.
Chair and commissioners, yes, thank you. Thank you for the question. Well, okay, so Prominence used a 2% annual growth rate background. This trend TIS used a 4% on Bogart. However, there was no, in the traffic impact study, there was no support of why they used this amount. And then what we want to show is that even with the 2% that Prominence used, they found a failure of these intersections and the traffic infrastructure in general, even just with that 2% annual background. And then if you actually look at all of the new units that have been approved from 2019, and 2019 is important because these are the counts that this traffic impact study uses. And then they, on Bogart Lane, and they extrapolate out to future years using this 4% rate. And if you look and you see that it's a 12 to 15% annual rate, that's where the real train wreck comes. So did I answer your question?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. I have a couple of questions on that same vein, Stephanie. Just for the benefit of the audience and everybody here in attendance tonight, could you just give us a rough picture of the area that the TIS studied?
Sure, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. So just to speak to what Richard just mentioned too, the 4% that our traffic consultant used is based on the amount of traffic that's growing, not the amount of homes that are being added in the area. So there's a little bit of a difference there, I think, in the kind of data that is gathered as a result. We couldn't just project, 18% growth in perpetuity, depending on whatever homes are being put into the area. They have specific manuals and analysis that they go through to make sure that it's consistent with what they use for their analysis. The intersections that were studied were Horseshoe Bend Road and State Street, Ulmer Lane and State Street, and Bogart Lane and State Street. And based on the 2024 build out year, there were no mitigations required for Horseshoe Bend and State Street. Ulmer Lane, they did require, or he recommended an eastbound right turn lane and restriction of a right in, right out with a left in into Ulmer Lane, the new one. And ITD ultimately decided to eliminate the left in option because they felt that it would be a safer operation to require just a right in, right out for Ulmer Lane. Gotcha. Bogart Lane and State Street, they required that that the applicant pay a proportionate share to improve that intersection when they decide to approve it or when it comes forward. So
okay,
I don't know if that answered your questions.
It did. Yeah, okay. Absolutely. And then I guess to follow up on that, what was the dates of the traffic study? We have the area now.
Sure. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, it was completed in December 2021.
Okay. Counts for essentially the summer and fall
exactly.
of 2021. Okay. Great. Thanks.
Thank you.
And then Delaney, a quick question for you. So this project's coming in, they're proposing an R3 zone at 20, I think it's 26 units per acre. What is for this property at the R3 with R3 zoning, what would be the maximum density or the maximum number of units they could put on this piece of ground?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, in the R3D zone, a maximum density of 43.5 units per acre would be allowed in that zone district. Obviously, it needs to be able to fit with site constraints and all that. So we felt comfortable at the 26 that they were maximizing the density of the site while also capturing the amenities, road connections, and connectivity that we wanted to see.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, that does it for my questions. Anything else from the commission before we go to testimony? Actually, I guess one more, Stephanie, I'm sorry to make it pop up one more time. We did have that one hanging question out there about the height of that building. Have you had a chance to chat with your client about that height? And maybe we can do that in rebuttal too. Okay. You might just want to keep that on your agenda though.
Yeah, we'll remember it for the next time up if that's
perfect.
Okay with you.
That'd be good.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You bet. Thank you. Okay. We will go ahead now and open up this item for public testimony. If you're here in person, you can come on up here to the dais. We did have a few folks sign up. Chris Mannion, Josh Hunter, Richard Llewellyn, and Kathy. Sorry. Buchman? Yeah, just come on up. If you're online, please go ahead and raise your hand. We'll do the in-person folks first, and then we'll go to the folks online. You'll have 3 minutes to testify. If you could please start with your name and address and then proceed.
Yes, thank you for listening to me. My name is Chris Mannion. I live at 8783 West Sloan, which is in between Bogart and Duncan Lane, and about 1/8 of a mile from the Hill Road Parkway. And I have been there since 2014. So I'm speaking as a resident, not as a city planner, engineer, developer. I'm only here to speak from the perception of somebody who is living now in this impact area. In the 8 years that I've lived here, I have experienced the construction of 3 apartment complexes on Bogart Lane within a walking distance of my house. And I've also noted and been affected by the added developments along State Street. And when I say affected by, I'm referring to my ease of transportation in and out of my neighborhood. And daily, I can see from my driveway through Ben Street to Hill Road Parkway and can see the construction of the prominent subdivision, which is only about 1/10 of a mile from my front door. I point out my observations of the significant changes in my immediate neighborhood since purchasing my house. My understanding is that each development has required a change in zoning that is resulting in a transition of my neighborhood from a pleasant residential neighborhood to what is becoming an overcrowded and congested area characterized by high-density complexes, increased street parking, increased commuter traffic, and a good amount which cuts through in front of my house, because that's an easy cut through from Duncan to Bogart, to be able to access a traffic signal that allows transportation onto State Street and allows access onto Hill Road Parkway. Each rezone is considered individually without a perspective on the cumulative effect, but insidious change that is creeping into Northwest Boise. As a resident, as a property owner and a taxpayer, I have the expectations that changes that are necessitated by an increase in demand for housing will be made with consideration for the long-term impact on areas and with a vision to plan for infrastructure required to support this growth. Personally, I have been impacted over the 8 years that I've been there with the increasing development that is taking place concurrently. And every day I see an increase in the traffic pattern that goes in front of my house as people use my street as an easy access to the main corridors. Thank you for hearing me. I appreciate the opportunity to express my concerns as a resident of the impact area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else in person like to testify? Come on up, please.
My name's not on the list.
Okay.
My name is Mark Renz. I live at 9501 West Sloan Street, which when Richard was showing the photographs, you saw the big trees up in the corner behind the one gentleman there. That's my house. So I'm very concerned about the height situation with at least the very last building, because as you look out from my back deck, that gets rid of all skyline and basically opens it up where people are looking into my backyard. Furthermore, I'm extremely concerned about through traffic, especially if ACHD does not make the changes necessary with the stoplight there. When you have right turn in, right turn out only, and then you've got people depending on Duncan Lane, just as soon as you open Sloan Street up, people are going to go around through my street, turn onto Duncan Lane to come into their apartment complex. I can guarantee it. And the pictures that Richard showed are actually only showing just some of the cars that are parked on our street. Those houses are all built with 2-car garages. They're all built with 5-foot setbacks. There's no place to park if you have more than 2 cars in a household, but yet they're 2,500 to plus square foot houses. So there really isn't any place to park. So what you've got really is about a lane down the middle of that road. And I can tell you, I've lived in streets where there's through traffic in there and people come through there at Mach 1. It doesn't matter if there's a stoplight or excuse me, speed limit signs or anything of that nature. So as a father and a grandfather of 8 grandchildren, I've lived there since 2009. The other concern that I have is as you come, it would be eastbound on State Street, okay, to turn on to Duncan Lane currently, there's been a median put in there, which was a great idea because there was far too much potential head-on collision traffic there. The challenge we face now is there's an apartment complex on the south side of State Street that's been put in there, and the entrance to that apartment complex is inhibited by that concrete barrier. So now what's happening is if I go to turn on Duncan Lane to approach my house heading eastbound, which I do often, I am oftentimes now during the construction period faced with construction traffic that is pulled into that center lane and blocking me from actually even waiting in the center because I can't get in there. So the impact of traffic that Mr. Llewellyn brought up is critical. And if there's not been a traffic study done yet that is specific to this project in this time with all of the development that's taken place, I would suggest that that be done before anything is approved. So I appreciate you listening to what I have to say, and thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you. Okay, please come on up.
My name's Kathy Buchanan. I reside at 7565 North Misty Cove Avenue, which is in the area of impact right down the street from Ms. Mannion. After canvassing 38 households to sign the Northwest Neighborhood Association's petition for traffic light in connection with this project, I have the following information to offer in summary of the council's consideration. 34% of those households, nobody was home. 13% did not accept solicitations. Out of the 47% of the remaining households that responded, 86% of those provided one or more signatures. It should be noted that the majority expressed the need for a light at Duncan and that the applicant's proposal for realigning Duncan to Ulmer did not make a lot of sense to them. Support for the petition is provided more as a backstop in obtaining a signal as opposed to having no signal at all. 5% declined to sign based on either lack of clarity as to what they were signing or because they favored only the light at Duncan. In retrospect, I did not understand enough myself, thinking that a light at Duncan was possible, so I also signed a bit prematurely. It's unclear as to why the existing north-south collector is not being used. More explanation of why that is might be helpful to those of us that are concerned about the safety issues that come as a consequence of the new Ulmer realignment. Additionally, I would echo the comments of Northwest Neighborhood Association's letter dated to the council last Thursday and given and talked about in the presentation. It certainly does not appear to account properly for all the approved pending and projects such as the Franz Whitty project, which I think is going through entitlements. Just looking at that as a collective whole, its interconnectedness and the cut through traffic that comes as a consequence. Almost all the people that I spoke with said that they go to Bogart Lane because they want a signal. It's just not safe to make that left-hand turn out there. So the comments referenced in the staff report make it clear that ACHD and ITD are only looking to meet operational minimums. This appears to be quite short-sighted and will result in the public view that development and approving agencies do what they want in spite of whatever input is provided by residents. The parking ratio for the development appears to be insufficient at a near 1-to-1 ratio, particularly given that the public transportation is not at least currently adequately delivered and therefore underutilized if available. And then I heard the comments made about the fire station, but people have also expressed, they're concerned about that because there's obviously all this activity in the neighborhood. And so that fire station can't come soon enough.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Anybody else in person?
My name is Joshua Hunter. I live at 9497 West McCullough Street. I'm 3 houses away from this development. It will be looking into my backyard. I oppose this. This impacts my family in every way. From the traffic going through my neighborhood because they don't want to go out into State Street. There are no shops, there's no stores, there's no continuous sidewalks, there are no bike lanes for people to travel. So everybody's going to drive. If you've driven on State Street lately, it is a mess. You're adding 224 more cars onto that street every single day. This is going to get somebody killed. Infrastructure has to be there before we put the people there. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, please.
Good evening. My name is Nick Gage. I live adjacent to the proposed Matlock apartment complex. I understand the goal of the urban renewal district along the State Street corridor is to provide high quality transit and mixed use. So far, it seems like all that's being built or applied for in the area is high density apartment dwellings. Blueprint Boise puts forth a vision for mixed use, but there doesn't appear to be much of any mix so far in our area. I'm asking you not to grant the rezone from R1A to R3D. Please consider other options such as actual mixed use so the area in question aligns with the plan the city has set forth. Please ensure safe and efficient transit routes are installed before or during construction of projects, not after. The intersection of State Street and Duncan Lane with the current amount of traffic is already precarious. Approving the application without the requirement of the signalized traffic light at State and Ulmer would almost definitely exacerbate the problem and create a potentially deadly situation for people living there. I have a petition here with me, as mentioned earlier, with over 100 signatures on it from residents in the immediate area that feel the same way. I'm requesting that the city hold the applicant responsible for installing the light at the corner of State at the time the project's being built. And as mentioned earlier, I have kids that were in that picture earlier, and we can't get across the street now to go use the green belt. And people, the massive amount of people on the other side of the street can't come our way to use the foothills safely. So we need a way to cross the street. So a light would be good for that too. The area, the northwest area is changing rapidly. Obviously, infrastructure is needed to keep up with, but that seems like it's on the back burner. And getting as many people and units in there seems to be on the front. While the idea of building as many high density units as possible to bring down the cost of rent is admirable, the ends need to justify the means. And to me, that means the approvals for new projects need to be supportive and sensitive to existing neighbors and residents. The signalized light is just one safety concern. I'm also asking that the fire station on Bogart be completed and operable before this is approved. And then I don't know if I mentioned, I live at 9480 West Sloan Street, so right across from Mark, right next to this project. Please consider doing the cul-de-sac that we requested at the end of the street. As mentioned earlier, we did know when we bought the house that they were going to extend the street in the future, but had no idea that it would be this dense. And it will put, in my opinion, way too much traffic on that street, and I will let my kids out there play. So anyway, consider us on the street, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else in person testify? Okay, we have one hand up online. We'll move that direction. Felicia Baltera. Okay, Ms. Baltera, can you hear me? Okay, we cannot hear you. You might be muted. Okay, maybe we'll move to the next person online while staff can work with Ms. Baltera so we can get the tech worked out. Does that sound good? Okay, we also have Mariah Gage.
It's Mariah Gage. Can
Hi,
you hear me
Mariah.
all right?
Yeah, we can hear you just fine. Go ahead and start with your name and address, please. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Mariah Gage and I live at 9480 West Sloan Street, which is right next to this project. I would like the city to consider cul-de-sacing the street. Like my husband said, we would have not bought this property. We have, if we had known this would open up to such high density. I understand that the city wants connectivity, and so do I. However, the lack of infrastructure that's in place right now is haphazard. It's a safety concern. The city is not taking in account to all the building that's across State Street in Garden City. They're not taking into account that there is a newly approved private school across the new proposed Ulmer Lane. That's going to be even more traffic with privately owned vehicles. There is no busing service for that school at the Foothills Christian Church. I do think that the builder needs to be held accountable to pay for the signalized traffic light. I think that we do not need to move forward on this until there is another traffic impact study, because what you are seeing in your reports is not what actually is happening here. I think that you rezoning this from R3, from R1 to R3 is absurd. I'd like you to look at other options. Lastly, I would like you to really consider the residents in Chardonnay Square, which is the West Sloan Street, and how this impacts us. The city calls for in their reports to minimize the painful building of the current residents. And it doesn't feel like with this project that they're even looking our direction to take some of this negative impact out of our lives. So with that, I would like the city to wait on approval until they hear something from ACHD and we do some more research and impact studies on how this is actually going to affect the Northwest neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, still have one hand up online, Miss Baltiera.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Oh, we can. Yes. Hello.
Okay, perfect. So my name is Felicia Baltera and I own and live at 9418 West Sloan Street, which is the West Sloan extension that we've been talking about. My husband and I, along with our 3 children, have lived here since 2017. And my primary concern with this development is the increased traffic on our road, like all of my neighbors. We have a dead end. It's very safe for our children. So increasing the traffic to the level that comes with a 45 unit per acre development is going to cause an enormous hazard to our current way of life and the way our children and pets function. So I do support the cul-de-sac, and I really feel like that's the only way to keep our street safe. And like Mark said, we really do only have room for 1 car at a time to go down our street. So what happens when there's more traffic? Are people going to be pulling to the side? That's not going to be able to happen because it's already been stated that we have to park our cars on the street. So with that, it's just all around unsafe. And I don't support the development as it sits without a cul-de-sac. I think that's all I have to say. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you. All right, last call for folks online. Okay, we'll go ahead and move back to rebuttal by the applicant. And we'll start with 5 minutes of rebuttal, 10 minutes of rebuttal, 5 minutes.
I'll try to be quick.
It's been a month, I'm sorry. 5 minutes rebuttal.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. There were quite a few comments. I'll do my best to try to summarize and address all of them. Let's see. So the traffic impact study that was done was actually updated in March. I didn't realize that, but our client reminded me. So that does take into account all of the mitigations that ITD and ACHD require, which is why we're limiting Ulmer Lane to a right in, right out. I've mentioned a couple times that folks would rather we improve Duncan Lane and add a light there. And that was actually our preference as well. It was our plan initially, and we met with the city and ACHD, and it was determined that we needed to sweep Ulmer Lane through the site. So it would have been our preference to make those improvements to Duncan Lane. The Ulmer Lane light will be the primary topic of discussion at the July 20th hearing for ACHD. They can't program or fund a light until a project comes before them. So it's kind of a chicken and egg thing. You guys hear that all the time. Development pays for those improvements in that infrastructure. Our client is going to be making a large investment with this public infrastructure by constructing Ulmer Lane and including a multimodal pathway along State Street that spans about 425 feet of their frontage. So that will be increasing pedestrian connectivity, not only through the site, but along State Street in a way that's not possible right now. And it was mentioned that our client has the 2-acre piece that's to the west of the site under contract. It is under contract. It's not purchased yet. They're working through details, so it could very well either be a phase 2 to this project if it were to be approved, or it could very well not be included with something else. But it's currently zoned C2D, and it's not a part of this project. Let's see in regard to concern about the height of building A and kind of just imposing upon adjacent properties, our client's comfortable with including extra trees along that property line to help mitigate any noise or sight from the adjacent multifamily. And then we also would be amenable to allowing Sloan Street, or I'm sorry, so where Sloan connects through, we have on our site plan a connection into our parking lot. If the fire department is amenable to it, we would be amenable to making that just emergency access. So that's something we'd have to talk through the fire department with, but that would ensure that we wouldn't be adding any traffic to Sloan Street, and that traffic would just be what was programmed and planned for back in the day when they required that stub street to be installed with Chardonnay Square. And as far as timing with the fire station, they are planning, I think, to break ground 2024 at the latest. So we were speaking with Mike, and he thinks it's going to be sooner than that. Our project is obviously going through entitlements now. We'll have to get the plat recorded and go through several different steps. So it's likely that we won't even get to vertical construction until around that same time. I believe that they probably have a fire station funded and staffed by that point. And as far as the light at Ulmer Lane, our client is comfortable with working with ACHD to determine what a proportionate share of the cost of that light would be. So that's something obviously we would talk with the ACHD Commission to determine and likely have an answer before council, but that's something that they would like to work with ACHD on to make sure that residents in the area feel that this is a benefit to their neighborhood. And I hope I caught everything, but let me know if you have any questions. I'll stand for questions if you have any.
We're actually done with questions. So.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. All right. We will go ahead. Appreciate that. Okay. We'll bring this item back before the commission to render a decision. Just a reminder, we are the recommending body on the comprehensive plan amendment, the rezone, and the preliminary plat. So as we create the motion, just recall that, please. And again, we're talking about CPA 21-7, CAR 21-45, PUD 21-65, and SUB 21-61.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Squires.
could we have discussion before we enter into motions? I'd like to talk through about where we are with the traffic study and whether or not this commission is comfortable in moving forward tonight.
Okay, man, I'm fine with that. We can go ahead and have a little discussion. You want to start us off then?
Yeah, I just feel like we should wait off on a decision until after the July 20th meeting. Mostly because, yes, this will go to council with the exception that the PUD stops with us unless it's appealed. So that's where I'm hung up is I need to understand what the conditions of approval are going to be, how ACHD feels about the timing of the intersection in order to feel comfortable in making a recommendation to council for a couple of the applications and allowing the PUD to be approved as well.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Stead
Oh,
or Commissioner Finfrock.
Although I understand that concern because we've heard so much public comment on it tonight, my issue would be that regardless, when ACHD has their meeting July 20th, we're probably going to defer to whatever they say anyway, and it's going to be an added condition in the staff report. So I'm not sure if whatever they decide, if we'll sit here and try to change that, because that's going to be ultimately their expertise. And so I think that I'm comfortable just saying, okay, whatever ACHD defers to is what is going to be an added condition. We'll move forward with that. And then also just maybe encouraging the public to go and testify at that hearing so they can express these concerns, because I think their concerns are valid, but I think they're most influential at an ACHD meeting.
Okay, Commissioner Stead.
I was basically going to say the same thing. I also was going to make the suggestion that I think we also have the authority to condition based on ACHD's outcome. You know what I mean? So instead of deferring the project tonight, we could say that with the condition that ACHD approves X, Y, and Z, or whatever the case might be. But otherwise, I agree with Commissioner Finfrock that we're going to, this will weigh heavily on the ACHD outcome. And I would trust their decision to this and hope, based on these comments, that please take your comments also to ACHD. We have little influence on that. We can put our recommendation in, but they're going to take the data and public comments that they receive to make their decision, because that's their expertise, is the traffic areas.
Thanks, Meredith. Commissioner Gillespie.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm prepared to move forward completely. I just will say again, I've said this many times over the last 10 years. The choice isn't between we put the houses here or they don't go anywhere. That is not the choice. If we don't put these houses here or something here, they just go 5 miles west, and it makes the traffic worse, much worse for everybody, right? So it's this sort of false dichotomy that people operate under that creates exactly the problem Tim Keene was discussing, right? These units are going somewhere more or less right now. And so I'm, in favor of moving forward with our deliberation as soon as possible.
I would second that thought there, Commissioner Gillespie. Would you like to kick us off with a motion then? Keep this discussion moving.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, sorry, Commissioner Mooney.
Yeah, I wanted to jump in. Commissioner Finfrock's comments and Meredith's as well got me thinking that was the right way to go. But the PUD part of it, where we're the final, clearly there's an undue burden here if that isn't a signalized intersection. It's an undue burden on the transportation system. And this is what the city want this in here, as Commissioner Gillespie just said. That this is a city this is what we want it to look like. And the chicken and egg discussion as a neighborhood guy really bothers me. And I think we should condition this and say that, hey, this is what we want our city to look like, fix it and make the road safe so it's not an undue burden on the transportation system.
I'm prepared to entertain a motion that makes that requirement.
Yeah, I think that's, if I'm hearing everybody correctly, I think that's where we're at. I think we're very much all on the same page here. So, and as Commissioner Stead mentioned, we have all the authority in the world to put conditions on this as we see fit, right? And in fact, I think we had staff or the applicant mention that ACHD is waiting for some direction from us on this application before they even have the hearing. So it seems to me that we need to put forth a motion that we think is correct and take the vote and see where it comes.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
So I'm going to make a motion on the 3 items that we recommend, and I can't remember all the numbers. So why don't I make the motion and then Bob, if you could just fill in the specific permit numbers. But I move that we recommend approval for
CPA. Bob. This is where I hand off. It's like
Yeah.
commissioners in one.
Milt, would you like me to try to go for it? I have the numbers in front of me if you want me to.
Yeah, you go ahead and do it. Thank you.
Okay, so just clarification on the one that we are not moving forward with right now. Mr. Chair, can you give reference to what number that would actually be? And I will
That's
not.
it's PUD 21-65.
Okay, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Finbrock.
I recommend approval of CPA 21-7, CAR 21-45, and SUB 21-61, along with the recommended and standard conditions of approval.
Second.
Great, thanks. I have a recommendation to approve CPA 21-7, CR 21-45, and SUB 21-61. Motion was made by Commissioner Finfrock, the second by Commissioner Gillespie. Janelle, would you like to start some discussion?
Yeah, I think we've already had some discussion on it. I think, so as to the rezone, I think the location of the property on State Street corridor, it supports that higher density zoning. It's close to a transit center and it's been targeted for increased density in the comprehensive plan. I think we have some compatibility issues we're working through right now. Just a couple of comments for the public comment. I know there was some discussion about the fire department. And I think usually we would kind of defer to whatever they're going to decide in their recommendations anyway, whether they revise that correspondence or not, just because they're knowledgeable about the resources and they have a better understanding of what they have available to the community. So for the actual, I believe that's the only comments that were addressed outside of traffic. So I think we can take that to a different leg of this discussion, but for that reason, that's why I'm in support of these motions.
Okay, great, thanks. Commissioner Gillespie, any other comments?
None from me.
Okay. Commissioner Squires, Commissioner Stead, Commissioner Mooney, any thoughts?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Mooney.
I heard the applicant say that Sloan could possibly turn into something other than what's currently on the through street. I didn't quite fully understand that.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
John, I think what the applicant was saying was that currently the residents can use Sloan Street to get in and out of the parking lot there I think it's on the north side. And I think it's what she's saying is she's amenable to closing that access except for emergency vehicles so that there's not that leak through traffic onto Sloan Street, which was a concern of several people. My particular position on that is I'd rather not put it in a formal motion but if they can figure it out before council, I don't have a strong view on it, I guess is what I'm saying.
Great, thanks, Commissioner.
Okay, I think we'll go ahead and call the roll on this one. Again, we're recommending approval of CPA 21-7, CAR 21-45, and SUB 21-61. Motion by Commissioner Finfrock, second by Commissioner Gillespie. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Stead.
Aye.
Schaefer.
Aye.
Squires.
Aye.
Gillespie.
Aye.
Finfrock.
Aye.
Mooney.
Aye.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, thanks, everybody. Now we'll move into PUD 21-65. This is the item that we're the final vote on. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Finfrock.
Before we proceed with the motion, I just want to make sure. So we are asking for added conditions. Are we going to include the 3-story building? That building A would be decreased to 3 stories under the PUD as well as the traffic light. Is that my understanding? Is that correct?
Those are some of the options.
So
yeah.
If Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
My vote would be not to cut the building down to 3 stories. I think there's a lot of room up there. I think we heard testimony that we're talking 80 feet, 90 feet kinds of distances, 4 times a 15-foot setback. So, and the willingness by the applicant to even mitigate with additional landscaping. So I would prefer not to limit building A to 3 stories. but let's get a motion out there and
Do you
see
feel
what.
like putting that in a motion?
So, sure. So, Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve PUD 21-65 with all the terms, conditions in the staff report, and with the additional requirement that before a building occupancy permit is issued, that the Ulmer State Street intersection be signalized.
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion to approve in a second. Any more discussion? Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
So I do think it's reasonable for us to, in a sense, try to, call ACHD's hand on this. It is a big development. There's clear interest, expressed by in the testimony and among the commissioners that this get done. And I think we're letting them build the buildings, right? Because the occupancy permit's kind of the last thing. So it gives everybody time to get this done. And if there's some snafu with ACHD or whatever, the applicant can always come back to the city and we can and ask to modify the PUD and present reasons to do so. So I'm comfortable adding this requirement, and I think it was a good suggestion.
Very good. Okay. Thanks, Mo. I'm just going to echo real quick Commissioner Stead's comments earlier. Please go to the ACHD hearing. Please go to that hearing, because this body is very limited about transportation and roadways.
Mm-hmm.
Whether you're talking about ITD or ACHD, those are the agencies that really handle the traffic and that component of these projects. So please take your comments to ACHD and let them hear you, because there's only so much we can do, and I think we've done what we can here with this motion tonight. Okay. All right, we got a motion by Commissioner Gillespie and a second by Commissioner Squires to approve PUD 21-65. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Stead?
Aye.
Schaefer?
Aye.
Squires?
Aye.
Gillespie?
Aye.
Infrock?
Aye.
Mooney?
Aye.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, thanks. Good luck with the project. Thank you all. We're going to take a 5-minute break.
It's just sad to see.
It is. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, anytime talent, I mean, you want to retain as much talent as you.
Okay.
Okay. I don't know if it's been 5 minutes, but we'll get this rolling again. Okay, we're now up to item number 2. This is CAR 22-6 and PUD 22-20 and CBA 22-23. Innovative housing solutions at 10009 West McMillan Road. This is a modification of a DA to include residential uses and a new conceptual site plan on 1.38 acres and a conditional use permit for said development of 12 multifamily units on 1.38 acres. And also a variance request to exceed the maximum square footage limit for an accessory dwelling unit. And we're going to hear from Delaney Garlick again, the staff.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Before you is a request for a development agreement modification, plan unit development and variance. The project site is approximately 1.38 acres located at 10009 West McMillan Road in a NOD DA zone, neighborhood office with design review and development agreement. The site is located on the south side of West McMillan Road in between North 5 Mile Road and North Maple Grove Road. The Settlers Canal runs along the southern boundary of the site and separates this property from the neighboring single-family residential neighborhood to the south. The site was rezoned in 2005 from R1C to the NOD DA zone, which was initially allowed for an office park and buildings with the development agreement. That DA did identify office use as well as restriction of height to 25 feet. The property was also approved with a 7-lot subdivision at that time, known as Shelley's Plaza, which resulted in the site's current lot configuration and current site improvements. The existing DA restricted the site to office buildings with partial second stories not to exceed 25 feet. The applicant is requesting to modify the DA to specify residential uses up to 31 feet in height. Residential uses are an allowed use in the NOD zone, and the 31-foot height request is under the 35-foot maximum of the zone. The site is restricted to the existing single access drive from McMillan Road, and the lots are configured to have garage doors oriented away from McMillan Road and utilize the existing access point internal to the site. The PUD proposal associated with this DA modification request includes 12 residential units comprised of a main level unit and basement level ADU. The proposal specifically requests to have basement units categorized as ADUs to allow for a deed restriction that would require owner occupancy of the site. This provides a unique housing product type that provides wider opportunity to home ownership by requiring a deed restriction. This would restrict investment property ownership to occur, and the proposed housing product is designed to fit within the existing subdivision configuration that was initially approved for an office park. The applicant requests a variance to the maximum allowable square footage of an ADU on lots 2, 3, and 4 to exceed the 10% lot size as required by Boise City Code. The lot sizes in the subdivision and the configuration are an existing condition of the site and pose a hardship and exceptional circumstance as it was originally designed for an office park use. The applicant is proposing a unique residential infill project for utilizing existing conditions, improvements, and utilities. The applicant identifies a hardship arising from the inheritance of varying lot size within the subdivision, which ranges from 5,073 square feet at the low end up to 13,997 square feet. The 3 lots requesting an increase to the ADU are identified on your screen, lots 2, 3, and 4. The maximum square footage for the ADU is agreed on at 700 square feet per code. The applicant desires to have these units specifically characterized as ADUs rather than a duplex to allow for affordability to future home buyers utilizing the ADU as income and to qualify for the home loan. This product type is marketed to home buyers who will occupy option to rent one of the units and will contribute to the affordability of the homes, which will meet the city's housing needs and comprehensive plan. A public comment was received from the adjacent neighbor to the west. The letter detailed concerns with change to office, allowing 2-story buildings due to privacy, concerns with the parking arrangement, and safety of future children playing in the parking area. Staff reviewed these comments and found that the residential use is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. They're under the maximum height for the zone district, and providing the basement ADUs allows them to keep the height compatible with the existing residential uses. They have more than adequate parking on site with guest parking on the surface level and then also garage parking for each unit. Safety concerns are addressed through the amenity space provided designated for gathering and also yard, front and backyard spaces as well. Planning staff recommends, I will bring up, there is one condition of approval to be discussed. The applicant is requesting to modify condition number 4, which would allow fencing over 6 feet in height to be built in the setbacks, specifically the fencing along McMillan Road and along the west side property line, dividing the site from a neighboring use that is a mixed-use property. That request could pertain to a future variance request, being that our code designates fencing height per the landscaping code. Planning staff does recommend approval with the original recommended conditions of approval. And the motion needed this evening is a recommendation for City Council for the DA mod, final decision for the PUD and the variance. And I'm available for any questions.
Okay, thanks, Delaney. Next, we'll hear from the applicant.
Hi, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. My name is Jenna Nash. Address is 7752 Itasco Drive, Boise, Idaho, 83709. I am the planning consultant for IHS, and I'm going to introduce Joe and Matt, who are the owners of the company. We really appreciate Delaney and just working with us to try and find a solution for our very unique product. We would like to provide opportunities for homeowners rather than for investors to turn these into rentals with for the extra income from the ADU unit to go towards qualifying for a loan. And then they can also qualify for, they won't have to put down 20%, which is required on a duplex. So they can put down as little as 3.5% if they go FHA, and then as little as 5% if they go conventional, which is a little bit better loan product. So without further ado, I just want to thank Delaney and all of the staff that worked with us to try and find a good home for our product. And then I'll just go ahead and turn this over to Joe and Matt to discuss the items that we'd like to have changed.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, my name is Joe Swenson. I live at 4909 North Elsinore Avenue, E206 in Meridian, 83646. And I'm grateful to be in front of you and also appreciative of how patient Delaney and staff have been with us trying out new things. My background is many, many years in development and construction. I ran a local nonprofit named NeighborWorks Boise for a number of years, and we did a pilot project with Boise and the Hawthorne cottages, and that's something that I'm personally passionate about. I also live on Burntwood Court, which is the extension of our entrance to the north. I live one block. I used to live one block from this property. And I used to walk it all the time and say, something's got to happen with this. So luckily, hopefully something will. We develop infill properties and really focus on walkability, sustainability issues using existing infrastructure and that sort of thing. Also trying to keep cars off the roads for the environmental impacts that creates. So this is one of a number that we plan to develop with our sort of new product that has the 2-story home up above with an ADU unit that can be accessed either from inside the house or from the outside of the house only. And so, but with the proviso that we'll have a deed running with it that allows for owner occupancy only. And we talked this morning about maybe even doing that as part of the development to have a deed running with the land that it has to be owner occupied. So that's our goal, is to try to support families and home ownership. And so we're hopeful to we're really kind of focusing on millennials and those that are growing, but it's also downsizing boomers and others. So we think we can hit a fairly wide swath with these small projects, but we have quite an appetite to do a number of them all over town. There were some constraints, obviously, because the site was already developed. And so we decided to try to save some money for the eventual buyers by using the existing infrastructure, because all the underground stuff is in and the lots were already laid out. So we went about to try to determine the best way to utilize what's there to make it work. And I think we've been somewhat successful. Darlington Place will be an English cottage type property and will be of quite high quality. And you probably have seen some of that. So we think we're fixing something that's been technically blighted since 2005, and we feel good about that. We agree with virtually everything in the staff report, but we have one concern, and if you'll focus on the yes, the rendering that you see there, that's looking southward over the Westview subdivision down into this property. And our hope, initially the staff, and I think currently the staff still would prefer to have our houses facing McMillan, but we feel strongly that with the interior roadway and access, we have a much better opportunity to create community by having homes facing one another, each with a porch and the ability to be with neighbors. And so we really prefer to have the backs of the houses, which is the vast preponderance of what you'll see in a minute running along this stretch. And the staff has also asked for a 10-foot from property line setback to where the fence begins. You'll see on one of the slides that for most of these properties, lots 2, 3, and 4 there on the lower right, that would cut their backyards to 5 feet. And we're hopeful that we can get more private, secure backyard spaces by using 6-foot fences that are offset not 10 feet from property line, but 5 feet. That would give 7 feet, including the telephone utility, up to the back of the existing sidewalk that we'd be more than happy to landscape nicely and maintain as part of the HOA. I think those are the primary. I'm old and somewhat addlepated, but I think those are the primary things. We really did appreciate the way the staff functioned in our behalf, but I'd like to turn it over to Matt right now for a quick video.
Okay. Chair and commissioners, thank you for your time. My name is Matt Swenson. I live at 5421 Paulson Circle, Boise 83704. If you'll allow the time, I have a 4-minute video. I'll stop talking and push play on the video. Is that okay?
Let's
you
go.
Can cut it off short.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Yeah, thanks, Delaney. Wonder if you need to be in presentation mode to do that. Well, due to technical difficulties, maybe I'll tell you what we did. We took some drone footage from the east of our property here that would be at Maple Grove, clear across to 5 Mile, and showed all existing homes that exist and back up to Maple Grove. I'm sorry, McMillan. And every home that backs up to McMillan is that's their backyard with a 2-foot setback to a fence line. And the argument we're trying to make is the existing neighborhood really doesn't want a 10-foot setback off of the McMillan sidewalk. We understand why the staff wants that, just the beauty of that. But the existing neighborhood doesn't really want that. The other thing that video would show is any home that is facing onto McMillan also has its own access point off of McMillan, and a drive lane coming directly off of McMillan, which we don't want. We don't think that the staff would want, nor ACHD, when we have the access road that's drawn into that as well. Might also just say that the facing those homes onto McMillan causes some safety concerns for homeowners. We've got pedestrian traffic walking right in front. There was some staff desire at some point, maybe it's just code, to have a 3-foot fence running along that sidewalk. And again, just causes some concerns for safety. It also, if we have shortened fences, causes some noise problems for, if that's the backyard, causes noise problems. If it's the front yard, I don't know that there's any neighborhood feel if that's, if our porches are facing the street and we have a 3-foot fence. I'm just not sure the porch gets used. And so while we understand the staff's initial reaction to the product, we hope that by turning them to face inward, there's more of a neighborhood feel, and we can allow as much backyard as possible. We'd love to have a 2-foot setback off the sidewalk with a fence, with our fences set right there, and allow those homeowners to have as much backyard as they can. The reality is they're just going to have a fence with 7 feet on the other side for the HOA to take care of. And if we can push the fence closer to the sidewalk, that HOA just is less expensive, which is kind of the whole goal anyway, is to reduce costs for these homeowners. And we can still landscape within that strip to provide some streetscape as well. So with that, I'll be done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
If you guys could pull up, there's the last slide on there has a site plan that has some coloring, kind of shows kind of what we're proposing. And then Joe, do you want to speak on that?
We are.
Maybe have more time.
We are right at time. So maybe if we give you 2 more minutes just to wrap it up. How about that?
Yeah, so this is my cheesy drawing of what we would suggest. So if you added the green line and the blue highlighting, that would be the 10-foot setback that staff is recommending from the property line, which is 2 feet off the back of the sidewalk. And so our hope would be to utilize the 2-foot strip for landscaping plus a 5-foot additional strip, total of 7, and then allow us to have the remaining 5 feet. You can see in this sort of yellow or pea green inside the fence that it would have left a 5-foot backyard, and we think we can make a 10-foot backyard work, but 5 would be difficult. Also, real quickly, on the east side of the entrance, lot 7 is the only lot over on that side. And so we're willing to do what, if we could get to this compromise, but I'd also point out for that first number of feet that it's essentially a 20-foot setback open with no fence to look into the property and the parking there. And then there's sort of a diagonal view of our little common area down in the bottom, which would have a wall with signage and lighting on it. So we think it'd create a nice front door. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, next we're going to check in. So we have to see if we have a representative from the Neighborhood Association present. That's the West Valley Neighborhood Association. Anybody here from West Valley Neighborhood? Doesn't look like it. Make sure they're not online. Okay, doesn't look like they're present. That's fine. We'll go ahead and move to questions from the commission to staff or the applicant.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Gillespie.
I was hoping since half of the Chris and Ashley team is not here, I was hoping that Ashley could, through wise questions, figure out what her point of view is on how we should orient these buildings. You know, the city has proposed one way, the applicant would like to do another way. And there's this question of where the fence is. And I always hate going against, you know, the city's code and the city's sort of guidelines, because, you know, it's like the sidewalk question. If you don't start somewhere, you don't ever get anywhere. And there's a reason we orient these things towards the street, and we don't turn around and put our back to these streets. But Ashley, I just wondered if you could ask questions and then have a point of view at the end of this as to how we should handle that.
That's a lot of pressure.
Or not. I mean, look, it's only 3 houses, so it's not like.
What?
I mean,
Might be a question for Delaney. She's standing right here. So maybe Delaney can sound off and start us out with that.
About that.
Delaney, what are your thoughts on the orientation of the buildings and the fence?
Mr. Chairman, commissioners, I think there's 2 fields of thought on this. In particular, this proposal is dealing with existing configurations. So that's one thing we're kind of working with as far as site constraints and existing conditions. There's also something to be said for sort of cottage style development where you do have front porches facing each other, creating more of that neighborhood cottage feel. I think in looking at the overall neighborhood and location, you will see up and down both the north and south side of McMillan, there are no street facing residential products facing the street. Essentially, they're all backyards with landscape buffer or side yards of existing subdivisions. So I think in that light, we're looking at compatibility with what's there. That's not to say we wouldn't want to change design and start somewhere, as Commissioner Gillespie just mentioned. You know, if we don't start somewhere, it might not be built.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioners, actually, real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Commissioner Squire, did you have any comments? I kind of jumped in there.
I'm fine for right now. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Stead.
Can you explain the philosophy behind having street facing residences?
Walkability.
Mr. Chairman, commissioners, yeah, I think there's something to be said for urban design, having that interface of pedestrian realm with kind of active uses along the street. So having, 6-foot tall fences on the back of the sidewalk isn't necessarily a pedestrian friendly environment for folks using that sidewalk to get back and forth. So.
I'd like to say something.
We're not, sir. Yeah, sit tight for testimony. Just 1 minute.
Okay,
Yep. Okay. Any other questions?
Mr. Chair.
Chair.
I have a question for Delaney. Can you explain the variance? I know that it has to do with the requirements of the ADU, and I know there's something that says no larger than 700 square feet or 10% of the lot size, but what exactly is the variance that's being requested, and how does it apply to that 10% of the lot size?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Finfrock, I don't know if my screen is sharing, but for lots 2, 3, and 4, the square footage of the lots are all around 5,000 square feet. And so 10% of those lot sizes would render ADUs around 500 square feet. So what they're requesting is to go to the maximum allowed square footage of 700 square feet, which exceeds the 10%. So the way code is written now is that the ADU would have to either be 10% or 700, whichever is less. So the request for the variance is to exceed that 10% and go to the maximum 700, even though the lot sizes are not 7,000 square feet.
Thank you.
So Delaney, to follow up on that, if they were proposing an ADU, a standard ADU on an existing residence, the maximum they could have is 700 square feet.
That is correct.
Great, thanks. And then Commissioner Mooney had his hand up.
Hi, Mr. Chair. So follow up on that as well. So on the smaller lots, 2, 3, and 4, then that 500 square foot ADU is obviously quote unquote substandard by the city code. So a question for the applicant, why did you exceed the 700 and go up to well above 700, especially on that 800 and some square foot unit?
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. Commissioner, the reason that we did that is, and it was brought up by staff, that these lots aren't all the same. In fact, we've got one lot that's 1,300 to 13,000 square feet. And so largely it's to just kind of maximize the footprint of the existing home. I think the ADU code is so that you're not building a giant home on the existing property that looks like a secondary home. And these ADUs will not be visible really. They're underneath the existing home. And so our hope is to maximize the amount of rentable space to the homeowner so that they can reduce their mortgage payments. And it doesn't show any more of a blight on the property because it's within the footprint of the home. And again, because these lots aren't all the same, we were hoping that by looking at the total square footage of the property, we're really not asking for much more than what the property could handle as a whole. Just these 3 lots individually are significantly smaller because they were established as such in 2005. Does that answer that question?
Great. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure thing. Delaney, I'm going to circle back on the fencing just to understand the condition and where we're at with that. So essentially, with their layout, they're essentially saying as the currently laid out right now, it's the front setback that's along McMillan, but their design is basically saying that's going to be the rear setback. And city code says in a front setback, you can only have fencing heights to 3 or 4 feet. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, essentially that is correct. What we've sort of inherited here are double fronted lots that were part of the original subdivision that had envisioned office park. So I don't know that was really thought through during that subdivision piece. So now that we're dealing with this infill residential product, we did request internal, no additional vehicular access from McMillan. So all vehicular access is coming internally through the existing service drive. So with what they're proposing, they end up in a double fronted lot situation no matter what. But with how they're orienting the design of more of a cottage style development, those rear yards end up along McMillan Road with front doors and garages facing internal to the site.
Gotcha. And then per code, in a rear setback situation, fence height can be up to 6 feet.
Correct.
Great. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Stead.
Question for staff. Would there be, are there instances where we would think it's a good idea to put a 6-foot fence on the sidewalk without any setback?
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, I believe staff's position on that would be to provide a buffer between fencing and the pedestrian sidewalk connectivity. So landscape buffer would be essentially what we would like to see. If this was a brand new subdivision coming in, we would have requested that buffer be installed, but because the lots are laid out in their configuration, that wasn't addressed initially.
Thank you.
Commissioner Mooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question for staff about parking. And it sounds like there's plenty to be had there. But if the ADUs are occupied by a quote unquote a renter with the owner living in the main floor 2-story unit. I guess what I'm getting at is bicycle parking. Is there enough of it? And do you anticipate? I noticed we didn't ask for any covered bicycle parking. Is that true? Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Mooney, I believe the condition is read to provide 1 bicycle parking per unit. So in total, we would count 12 units with the 6 main level and then 6 ADU basements. So the 12 required bicycle parking is conditioned, and sounds like the applicant is looking into options of both providing bicycle parking on site and also maybe within garages and other covered locations. So I believe that's being addressed with the applicant, and through their design review application, I think they can figure out placement of those bike parking spaces.
Okay, great. I'm just thinking an ADU occupant is maybe going to be the leading candidate for an e-bike and wanting to protect that and not just put it in a standard bike rack.
Sure.
Okay. Last call for questions. All right, very good. We'll go ahead and open up this item for public testimony. If you're in person, please come on up, and you want to testify, please come on up to the podium. You have one person sign up, Carrie Sanders. Yeah, come on up, please.
Thanks for taking the time today.
Sorry, name and address.
Carrie
please.
Sanders,
3 minutes.
10205 McMillan Road. I was initially lot number 1 with the Shelley subdivision. So I sold that property to Bob Goodwin back in 2005, and I owned it since 1992. So the reason I came up here is I just want to say that I support this, what they're doing. I've been looking at that lot for many years, nothing happening. I think we should do something with it. The original, when we set it up though, we had access to our property. I'm on 2 acres. I have a business there called Sweetheart Manor. It's a bridal and tuxedo store, and our house is there too. And so we have a big parking lot. And so initially when I set that up, I had no problem with them using our other access to our property, the office building people who are going to be there. Okay. But what happens is this new changes, I'm concerned. I would like to have a fence between our lot and the other 5 lots or 6 lots. But we still will allow emergency access to our property, like fire engines or garbage or anything like that. We'd have a gate maybe put up in between, because we have lots of customers coming through our property every day. And I worry about children coming over from that area and they're with their bikes and riding around and getting injured or hurt, because it is commercial. It is a commercial lot. Okay. So propose putting a fence up and then maybe having a gate between. So the only people that have access to the gate would be emergency people and garbage. And that's my only concern, that we have that. And I'll feel secure, and I won't worry about the kids who are riding their bikes around that neighborhood, going right straight from their lot into our lot. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Any other folks who want to testify? Okay, very good. I think that's it for testimony. We'll go ahead and bring this back to the applicant for 5 minutes of rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commission. Just some things, and again, we really appreciate Delaney and the staff. They've been wonderful, and we realize we're bringing a new product as well as putting it on a property that it has all kinds of existing issues. So just a few points. Front orientation on McMillan doesn't really allow for natural guest parking. There's no parking along McMillan at all. So a guest would come and park in the back and then walk all the way around to the front to get into the home if they don't come through the garage in the back. So we think that is an argument to face them in towards the middle. Additionally, lots 5 and 6 face towards the middle by default, because there's a canal behind them. And so if they're by default facing that way and the others face out on McMillan, then their front view is the backyard and garages of the homes in front of them. The hope for the ADU variance is to maximize the footprint of the home. So again, we're really not trying to to get any more out of the ADU than just what the footprint has. In fact, there's two of the homes that we could put a bigger ADU in, and we've acquiesced to bring those down to 700 feet, as that's the city's maximum that they're allowing at this time. We are the last developable property all along McMillan from Maple Grove, probably out to past Eagle Road. There's nothing else developable along that. And so, as Delaney says, if this was a new product or a new subdivision, they'd want that full setback. But really, we're just hoping to match up with the neighbors around us. And again, while we're willing to put that fence off of the sidewalk a little bit, really the neighbors, if we just match up with what neighbors are doing, it's 2 feet off, which would allow for a bigger backyard. But we're happy to do either of those. I love that the staff wants that pedestrian front yard kind of interaction. But again, that only exists on these 3 homes, all up and down McMillan from Maple Grove to Eagle Road. That would be really the only place, except for a few homes that face on. But again, they have their own front access drives. And then just so that the commissioner who spoke about bicycles knows, that's been part of our discussion with staff. We will be providing bicycle access or bicycle parking in each of the units, as well as something on site, so that there's some place for bicycles to be stored securely, both in the units as well as on site. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll go ahead and bring this back before the commission to render a decision. Just a reminder, we are recommending on the DA modification, and then we're final on the PUD and the variance request. So it's the CAR 22-6 and PUD 22-20 and CVA 22-23. I think we can take them both at once or break them apart, whatever the commission feels like is the right move.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Finbrock.
Just a point of clarification. Are we adding a condition that allows for the homes to face the interior of the development and then adding as well as the 10 feet property line issue? Is that an added condition or is that already wrote into the staff report? Because I don't believe I caught that.
Crystal, Delaney, you might want to make sure I get this right, but my understanding, there's no condition on the face on how the houses are facing right now. So we're taking the site plan as it's laid out and presented to us in a packet. And then the only request I think is really to if we need to make modifications to condition number 4, that's the fencing condition.
Correct.
But there's really not much in that condition about the location of the fence. It's just about the height of the fence. So we may want to make sure if we amend that condition, we probably be very clear about where the fence should align.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Mooney.
Is discussion okay on that topic now?
Sure.
Are you? I'm not sure how to phrase this motion, but I support the applicant's perception of the problem and agree with them that turning these around and making them front facing, they'd be the only ones on that stretch of road. And I agree with that perspective and disagree with staff's recommendation.
Okay. Do you feel like putting that into a motion then, John? Because I think that's probably where we're heading. We're in a very chatty mode tonight. We want to discuss before we move.
Make a motion.
And then John, and then in the motion there needs to be nothing about the orientation of the homes in the motion. That's in the packet already. So if there's any changes to the conditions, it only needs to be regarding the fence.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Mooney.
I'll try it. So reading recommended condition of approval 4 currently states all fencing within the side and rear setback shall not exceed 6 feet in height. Fencing within the front setback limited to 3 feet in height for a solid or 4 feet for open. My motion would restate that to shall not exceed 6 feet in height throughout, and the limited to 3 feet would be struck. Sorry, I can't do better than that.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I can try
All right.
after I write this down.
Okay. Thanks, John. I think Commissioner Pinprock's gonna.
Now that you've clarified, thank you for that. Okay, let me try this then. Okay, so I recommend approval of CAR 22-6 and move to approve PUD 22-20 and CBA 22-23, along with the added condition to revise item 4, stating that it shall not, or that the fence should not exceed 6 feet in height and the limitation of 3 feet be waived, along with the other conditions recommended in statutory conditions in the staff report.
Second.
Okay, great. Thank you. Got a motion to approve in a second. Janelle, you want to discuss further?
I mean, it's pretty much as we discussed already. It makes sense. The predictable development patterns of the, front facing houses to the interior of the lot, that makes a lot of sense. The development agreement and the PUD, that they're both supported by the comprehensive plan, which promotes the infill, development. As to the variance, it pretty much adheres to the ADU requirements. It's just using that maximum allowed square feet versus the 10%. So it's, it's pretty much aligned with what the code says. So I think that pretty much covers it, and that's why I'm moving this motion forward tonight.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Pinprock. Commissioner Squires, any comments?
Mr. Chairman, yeah, Commissioner Finfrock hit all the legal points. I'll hit the fun points. This is cool. This is really cool. I would love to see more of this. I hope you do more of these type of projects. There needs to be more of these owner occupied ADUs. As a renter in the city, it's tough. So would love to see and would love to be a homeowner again at some point in the future. So would love to see this product more. And I applaud the creativity. You're working with a tough site, and it's nice to see the reuse of it. So thank you.
Any other
Mr. Chair?
comment? Yeah, Commissioner Mooney.
Thank you, Janelle, for rescuing me there. And I second those thoughts to the applicant. Great flexibility and great recommendations in your letter of explanation about ADU square footage and justifications for that. Thank you.
I'm going to go sound off really quick as well. Love it. Great job. You absolutely have to turn those homes into the site. Absolutely. It's no question in my mind. You've done it the right way. So kudos. Well done. It's a kind of strange, out parcel. It's been sitting there since 2005. You've absolutely nailed it, in my opinion. I think we're good on the condition. You're in a condition, you're in a situation now where that's obviously the rear setback. I know code wise, it says front setback. You're now in the rear setback on McMillan. 6-foot fence is absolutely appropriate. I think how you've proposed it, having a 5-foot planter between the fence and the sidewalk, is probably the best solution there. If you look at the other stretches of McMillan where you have a 2-foot stretch behind the sidewalk, it's just derelict land. There's nothing in it, right? It's just bark mulch. So I think that 7 feet, there's kind of a nice happy medium. You get a 10-foot backyard. You guys can still landscape along the sidewalk, dress it up a little bit on the exterior side of the property. So I think we're good on that condition. You do also have to come through design review as well to kind of fine tune all that and finalize it all. So I think we've got it all covered. And unless there are any other comments from my fellow commissioners, we're going to go ahead and move to the vote. Okay, we'll go that direction then. We have a recommendation to approve CAR 22-6 and a motion to approve PUD 22-20 and CVA 22-23. The motion was by Commissioner Finfrock and the second was by Commissioner Squires. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Stead.
Aye.
Schaefer.
Aye.
Squires.
Aye.
Gillespie.
Aye.
Finfrock.
Aye.
Mooney.
Aye.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, thank you all. All right, we're going to move on to our next item, which is item number 4. Item number 4, CVA 22-11, Amy Allgaier Architect Incorporated at 2798 West Regan Avenue. This is a variance to encroach into the variance to encroach into the street side setback for an addition to an existing house on 0.1 acres in an R2 zone. And we're going to hear from staff, Sabrina Mortensen.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. The next item before you is a request for a variance to encroach into the street side setback for an addition onto an existing house on 0.1 acres in an R2 zone. The subject property is a substandard lot which contains a single family dwelling and a detached 2-car garage. The applicant requests to construct an approximately 395 square foot addition onto the existing home in order to provide a bedroom, bathroom, and laundry facility on the ground level. The requested addition is intended to accommodate an aging resident of the home who has limited ability to access the second level. As proposed, the addition would encroach 8.5 feet into the required 15-foot street side setback. The applicant's letter of intent cites the wide right-of-way adjacent to the site, the presence of other similar setbacks in the area, and the need to maintain private open space on the property as justification for the request. However, the width of the adjacent right-of-way and the presence of other similar setbacks in the area do not constitute hardships with the property itself or exceptional circumstances related to the intended use. While substandard lots are required to provide a minimum of 375 square feet of private open space in their rear yards, there is sufficient room on the lot for an addition to be constructed onto the rear of the existing home outside of all required setbacks while maintaining the required open space in the northwestern corner of the lot. While the proposal complies with comprehensive plan policies that encourage the development of residential units that are accessible to persons with disabilities and encourage development in the northeast end planning area to be consistent with the established character of the area, an addition onto the rear of the home could also comply with these policies without requiring a variance. Although the planning team has not identified any specific adverse impacts which would cause granting of the variance to be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare, allowing the addition to encroach into the street side setback would reduce the amount of separation and buffering between the home and the pedestrian realm within the public right-of-way. The planning team recommends denial of the variance and recommends the applicant instead construct an addition onto the rear of the home in compliance with the requirements of the development code. And I will stand for any questions.
Okay, thanks, Sabrina. Next, we'll hear from the applicant.
I'm short. Good evening, Chairman and ladies and gentlemen of the Planning and Zoning Committee. My name is Susan Marston and I'm the homeowner. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my request for a variance for a setback in order to construct a main floor master bedroom, bathroom, and laundry addition to my home. I'm asking for this variance for 2 reasons. One is my physical age and health, and the second is it's prohibitively expensive to move in the city of Boise. I've had 2 back surgeries. My next back surgery will be a spinal fusion. In 2014, I was diagnosed with an autoimmune disorder called ankylosing spondylitis. It now currently affects the joints in my knees and my back. Prior to that diagnosis, I was a competitive triathlete for 20 years. In 2017, I was forced to quit. The muscle spasms in my back at times are so serious, getting off the couch, much less a bicycle, are impossible. Based on these physical factors, exactly 1 year ago, I attempted to sell and to buy a new home with single level living. I was unable to sell my current home to generate enough money to compete in the new Boise housing market. As we all know, the Boise real estate market's gotten pretty crazy. My realtor believes I did not get my full asking price, even in a peak seller's market of all cash deals and over ask offers, because a 2-bedroom, 2-bath home in this configuration is not in high demand. I've lived in Boise for over 30 years. I've worked for the best paying companies in this valley, including Micron and Hewlett Packard. I currently work for a Canadian software company. My point is, I've had high paying tech jobs for almost my entire career, and I can't afford to move to another house in the city of Boise. I've tried. I'm almost 58 years old and approaching retirement. Competing with out-of-state all cash offers on properties is frustrating and futile. I've done my very best to be financially responsible and plan for retirement, but I can't control my body's decline, nor the prices of the homes in this valley. And I cannot jeopardize my financial security with an oversized mortgage payment. My current home is under 1,400 square feet with both bedrooms and baths up a steep set of 15 stairs. It's one of those tall, skinny infill homes. I have no main floor bathroom. I've investigated in an electric stair chair, but it's quite inconvenient and may pose a danger having to go upstairs to use a bathroom 5 to 6 times per day. Having a main floor bedroom, bath, and laundry would negate any reasons for going upstairs. Directly behind my home, the city has approved 2 major housing developments, the Chauncey Swan Apartments and the 4-story Whitewater Station condos, which now loom over my home. I was in opposition to neither because I understand the city's desire to build density. I came before planning zoning on several years ago to voice my thoughts on the Whitewater Station project, asking only for design consideration in regards to maintaining the privacy of my backyard. I attended every design review meeting held over the next 2 years. And despite this committee's agreement, the city planner and developer promising to abide by my privacy concerns, balconies were built that directly overlook my property. The only private backyard space I now have is my patio between the garage and the house, which is where the city planner is suggesting to build my addition. I might add that the developer of the Whitewater Station project was given a complete rezone and variances for height, number of parking spaces, and their setback in order to build his project. I'm only asking for the same setback consideration that this committee gave to another project less than 20 feet from my backyard, and that was completed last year. Building this addition will allow me to stay in my home as long as possible, and it'll also increase the livability and density of my existing home so that one day a larger family of 4 might enjoy living there as much as I have. The planner has proposed I place the addition on my existing patio. I'm going to let Amy, my architect, explain how and why this is a complex and less viable proposition compared to our original side yard design. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, my name is Amy Allgaier. I live at 1402 North 22nd Street, and I'm the architect for this project. Last fall, I contacted the planning department to see if they would be at all supportive of an addition to the side of Susan's house. Crystal Rain took the idea before the planning team in October and relayed that they were on the plus side of maybe. And their major concern was whether we would be able to save the mature tree in the backyard. So we moved ahead with this side design option and focused on protecting that existing tree. Sabrina, can we get that PDF up? Oh, not that one, the one with the plans. Perfect. So this is the plan we came up with. This addition is large enough to provide a wheelchair accessible bedroom, bathroom, closet, and washer dryer area. We protect the tree. We maintain the privacy of Susan's existing back patio area. We maintain existing windows in the house as they are, and we provide a straightforward path between the garage and the kitchen. We go to the next one. If we look at options placing the addition at the rear of the home where they could potentially respect the setbacks, there are several major issues. The first of which is there's just not enough space. We need about 380 square feet for a standard master suite. We can carve that down by using really economically sized rooms. We can get down to about 320 square feet for a master, although these tighter spaces make it more difficult for wheelchairs to access. So we need to use that 320 as a bare minimum. This is option number 1. The space behind the existing house outside the setbacks is only 336 square feet. We need a little bit of that area for a back entry. So that only leaves 306 square feet of space for the master suite, and that's 14 square feet below that bare minimum that we need. This design also closes off the only window in the kitchen, so we now have no natural light in the back of the house. And the travel path from the garage door to the kitchen, which is shown in red, you can kind of barely see it up there. It's lengthy. It's about 37 feet long. And there's poor access to the yard areas of the property, which are now all on the left side of the house with no access on the left side of the house. Most importantly, this addition is only 11 feet 9 inches from that existing tree that we were told to save. That's well within the drip line of the tree. And with the overdig necessary for footings, it's very unlikely that tree would not be affected by construction in this area. So this design is too small. It endangers the tree. It has a poor layout, ruins the natural light in the house, and offers no privacy to the outdoor areas. The next scheme, option number 2, does solve some of those issues. We're able to save the existing window in the kitchen. The travel path from the garage is not as long, and the access to those backyard areas is greatly improved. However, this only leaves 260 square feet for that master suite. That's 60 square feet below the bare minimum that we need. Also, because the sidewalk now wraps around the west side of the addition, the excavation for this project is only 8'9" from that existing tree. So this option is way too small. It further endangers the tree. And again, it offers no privacy to the outdoor areas. Now, if we were to use the addition to attach the garage to the house as shown in option 3, we finally have enough space for the master bedroom, but we can't have a bedroom connected directly to a garage. Building code doesn't allow that. So we need a hallway, which you see snaking through the center of that addition. Between the existing kitchen and the garage doors, this hallway ends up being 30 feet long, and it uses over 90 square feet. Setting aside the discomfort of a 30-foot long hallway, in today's market, 90 square feet costs $27,000. And we still need a variance for that plan, because once we attach the garage to the house, it no longer qualifies for the reduced setbacks that it now uses. And again, we're still just 11'9" from that existing tree. Sabrina, can we go back to the photographs? In addition, all of these rear designs would require removing the existing egress window in that upstairs bedroom. You can see it there. You can imagine if a roof over that rear addition were to go up, it's going to cover the whole bottom half of that window. In the next photo, you can see that mature tree that we're trying to save there on the left, as well as you can see the balconies that are looking straight down into the side yard that Susan doesn't want to have as her outdoor gathering space. In the bottom photo, you can see that that existing garage blocks the view from those balconies quite well. By placing the addition on the side as we have, we've provided enough space for the master suite. We don't encroach on the tree. We're not affecting the kitchen or the second floor bedroom windows, and we're creating a backyard area that's conveniently located and private. The hardship of this property is the same as many corner lots. It's eaten up with setback. We've got large setbacks on 3 sides. But in this case, the setback that we're requesting a variance to will have very little impact. Sidewalk already exists adjacent to 28th Street. There's no house to the west, so the addition will not impact the sunlight on an adjacent property. The adjacent properties along 28th Street already enjoy setbacks that are similar to the ones that we're proposing. So this project is kind of harmonious with this immediate block of the neighborhood. And as Sabrina stated in her staff report, the project's not in conflict with the comprehensive plan, and it's not materially detrimental to the neighboring properties. So unless Susan has anything further to add, I'll just stand for questions.
Okay, thanks. First, before questions, we'll check in and see if there's someone from the neighborhood association here. Thanks. That's the West End Neighborhood Association. I don't think they're here. So we will go ahead and move to questions from the commission to staff or the applicant.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Mooney.
The question for staff, the applicant talked about obviously the corner lot setbacks are an issue and causing the problem here. And the statement that the applicant made that this will have very little impact. I'm guessing staff would disagree with that statement. Could you talk me through that one?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Mooney. The applicant is correct. This is a corner lot, so they do have increased setbacks along both property lines that are adjacent to the streets. There is existing street improvements along that street already. We don't anticipate any major impacts to the neighboring properties, any, big impacts on public health, safety, or welfare based on that addition being a bit closer to the property line.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
The variance Grinch here. Can we talk about, can the applicant talk about and provide any evidence or photos or sort of help me understand better your argument that you would like to retain the patio between the house and the garage as open space because it's not adversely impacted by some surrounding taller apartment buildings. Do you have any photos, or can you show me that in a diagram, like help me see that argument better? Yeah, what? Whoa, go back.
Yeah,
Like,
that's right
the
there.
top picture, like what am I seeing? Can you make that bigger? Can you squeeze out with your fingers? There you go. So that's looking from the kind of the side yard. That's the patio on the right foreground of the picture, and then the garage, and then that big building behind the garage is this new, I can't remember the name of it, the waterfall or whatever it is. Is that right?
Commissioner Gillespie, yes, that's correct. So basically here, I was standing in the side yard and looking across the alley at the three-story condo behind, and those balconies look directly down into that side yard. The white building in the foreground is the garage, and between the garage, you kind of see the edge of the patio, and then the house is adjacent to me. So in the bottom photo, Sabrina, can we scroll down?
Who's
So
Sabrina, by the way?
That's standing on the patio behind the house and looking at those three-story
Right.
condos, and that garage is screening
Screening.
the view from those balconies.
So can we look at that top? Sabrina, can you scroll back down? Whoever you are. So in this picture, are you essentially standing kind of where your proposed addition goes?
Yes, yes, sir.
Are you standing, and you're standing on the outside edge of it, if you know what I mean? You're standing on the edge closest to the property line, because the
Commissioner
house is
Gillespie.
a little bit to your right.
I'm probably about, I took this photo many months ago, so I'm struggling to remember exactly where I was, but I'm between the fence and the house, and I would say somewhere in the middle of that side yard.
Of the ADU, or of the, not ADU.
The addition, correct.
So if you pivoted 90 degrees, you'd be looking straight, or you'd be looking at the kitchen in the existing house.
Yes.
If you pivot 90 degrees to your right. Okay.
Yes.
So I'm just trying to get oriented. And that's the tree that everybody likes.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, I've got one, Miss Algar, before you sit down. I got one more for you too. I guess we run through all your different options that you explored project. I mean, the one thing that came to mind for me, given your client's sort of, I guess, declining health, maybe not the right word, but kind of maybe it is it not better to connect the garage to the house? Because you're going to be in a condition where you have to walk outdoors. Let's say that we approve this, right? And the addition goes on the side of the house. Now you still have a detached garage. It just seems to me like in inclement weather, she would want the garage attached to the home. Do you have thoughts there?
I actually should let Susan respond to that, but just from a design point of view, those first two options that actually met the setbacks, it did not require a variance. She has to walk all the way around that addition to get into the addition close to the kitchen, because we can't walk through a bedroom to get into the kitchen. So she's in those. And if we went for the variance to connect the house to the garage, because that requires a variance as well, we still have that long hallway snaking through that addition, which is not ideal. It reduces the square footage that we need for that bedroom and that bathroom and closet. And then we end up with 90 square feet of hallway, which is awful.
Right.
It's just awful.
Furthermore, the roof line makes it basically, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you can stop just the mic. So
The roof line to put on the back of the house will cover the whole back bedroom on the second floor. There's just nowhere to put a roof, basically. And we'd have to take out the tree to put that roof on there, because the tree branches, I don't know if you can see from the picture, this is in the fall before the leaves are out, but those branches come right over the back of my house and the patio.
Okay. Thanks. Okay. Any other questions? Last call. All right. Very good. We'll go ahead and open this up for testimony. Anybody here like to testify on this item, please come up to the podium. If you're online, please raise your hand. Okay, no takers. So we'll go ahead right into rebuttal. So you have 5 minutes to rebut. You can certainly yield that time if you'd like, or make it short.
I'll make it short. The addition in the back, we either need a variance for it to be big enough, and we're going to remove the tree, or we put it on the side and we need a variance, but we can keep the tree. I mean, those are sort of the final options to look at.
Great. Okay, thanks. All right, this is, we'll bring this back before the commission to render a decision, CVA 22-11.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Gillespie.
can you tell me the variance number? CVA 22-11.
00011. Yeah.
Okay, so is everybody sitting down and in a stable location?
Yes.
Okay.
We are ready, Milt.
I move that we approve the variance CVA 22-11 because, and the reason is I think there are 3 reasons. One, 2 hardships. One, go ahead.
You want to finish the motion first? Let's see if we get a second and then we can have discussion.
No, I'm just going to
Okay.
plow through. CVA 22-11, I move that we approve it.
Okay.
Second.
All right, I got a motion to approve and a second. Milt, please carry on. Are you in a bar?
No, I'm not at a bar. More's
Squire,
the pity. Point 1, I think the tree is a hardship. Granted, not a huge one, but like it's a nice tree. I can see why we want to keep it from a policy point of view. Number 2, I think that very large Whitewater apartment building, I think that is a genuine issue when it comes to the livability of the space and the desire to keep the patio as is. And then I would say number 3, I do accept the applicant's testimony that each of the other alternatives have their own variances and problems. So and on balance, I guess point 4, the city has testified that this isn't really going to create a major hardship on any other property owners. So much to the surprise of all of you, I think we should approve this variance.
Okay, thanks, Milt. Commissioner Squires, I know you had the second. I apologize. Do you have any other comments?
No, you're just fine. I am stunned that Commissioner Gillespie made the motion, but I'm very happy he did, and I agree with all the points that he made.
Okay, very good.
Let's vote.
Very good. All right. We got a motion to approve the variance. This is CVA 22-11. Motion to approve was by Commissioner Gillespie. Second was by Commissioner Squires. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Stead,
Aye.
Schaefer,
Aye.
Squires,
Aye.
Gillespie,
Aye.
Finbrock,
Aye.
Mooney,
Aye.
all in favor, motion carries.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Variance Grinch.
And in new news, it just started snowing down in Hades.
All right. Please hold the applause. I know we were having a light moment there, but. Let's see. Next item for us is item number 5, CUP 22-19, Levco Builders at 2505 West Stewart Avenue. This is a conditional use permit to construct 2 accessory structures in front of the primary structure on 0.14 acres. In our R2 zone, we're going to hear from staff first. Sabrina, still with us.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, the next item before you is a conditional use permit to construct 2 accessory structures in front of the primary structure on 0.14 acres in an R2 zone. The subject property contains a single-family dwelling which is sited towards the rear of the lot and spans the entire width of the property. No off-street parking is currently provided for the site. The placement of the existing home makes it impossible for any accessory structures to be located behind the home and removes the possibility of alley access parking for the site. For these reasons, the applicant requests a conditional permit to construct a detached 2-car garage and a residential swimming pool in front of the existing home. The proposed accessory structures are consistent with the residential character of the surrounding neighborhood, and the proposed garage would bring the site into compliance with the off-street parking requirements of code. The pool will be located between the garage and the home and will be fenced from street view. The proposal is in compliance with all CUP findings. The planning team did receive comments from one neighbor who indicated no opposition to the proposed garage, but did express concern regarding the environmental impacts of constructing a pool in desert climate. However, residential pools are allowed accessory uses in residential zones, and the current application is only required due to the placement of the garage and pool in front of the home. The applicant also submitted revised plans as late correspondence, and those plans show the proposed garage with a reduced area of 500 square feet to allow the structure to utilize a reduced side setback of 3 feet as is allowed by code. The planning team recommends approval of the conditional use permit, and I'll stand for any questions.
Okay, thanks, Sabrina. Next, we'll hear from the applicant.
Good evening. I'm Joe Levitch, 114 East 35th Street, Boise, Garden City, 8714. And I'm the contractor for the homeowner. The CUP was combined with the two dwellings just to make it easier and not have to have two separate applications. And I recently heard that the pool is going to have a cover, so it reduces greatly the amount of evaporation water. And a quick study showed that a pool with a cover is equivalent to a landscaping that is drought tolerant. And so granted that the initial filling of the pool is an issue, but that long-term use of the pool is consistent and does not have a lot to do with the approval of the CUP. That's all I have.
Okay, great. Thanks very much. We do not have, just going to check in real quick, make sure we do not have anybody from the West End Neighborhood Association present. Okay, so we'll go ahead and open this up for questions from the commission. Okay, no questions. We'll go ahead and carry right on into public testimony on this item. If you're here to testify, please come up to the podium. Or if you're online, please raise your hand. Okay. This is now the time where the applicant could rebut, but there's really nothing to rebut. So we'll go ahead and just keep on moving if that's okay with you. Okay, very good. We're going to go ahead and bring this item back before the commission to render a decision. It's CUP 22-19.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Finfrock.
I move to approve CUP 22-19 along with the recommended and standard conditions of approval.
Second.
Got a motion by Commissioner Finfrock, a second from Commissioner Mooney. Commissioner Finfrock, any discussion?
Yeah, there was some public comment about a pool, but as the staff pointed out, it's an allowable use per the code and everything. In fact, by building the garage, you're bringing street parking up to code. So I think this is a great project and I think we should just approve it and move along.
Okay, Commissioner Mooney, anything to add?
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay, very good. All right. Yes, pretty straightforward. It's a nice job, incorporating these additions into that property. So well done. We'll go ahead and move on to the vote here. CUP 22-19. We have a motion to approve from Commissioner Finfrock and a second from Commissioner Mooney. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Stead.
Aye.
Schaefer.
Aye.
Squires.
Aye.
Gillespie.
Aye.
Finfrock.
Aye.
Mooney.
Aye.
All in favor. Motion carries.
Okay, I think, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break. This next one's might be a little bit longer. So we'll be back in 5 minutes. Commissioner Mooney's gonna have to bring ice cream for everybody at the next meeting.
Yeah, really nice having your camera on while you're doing that.
All right, is Milt's back there? Okay, Milt's back too. Okay.
I'm at least hiding my drinks.
At that
Does that mean I can't get bourbon now?
Okay, team, we'll get rolling again here. Just a note for the record that Commissioner Squires has departed for the evening. So we're down to the three of us here in person and Commissioner Mooney and Commissioner Gillespie online. Okay. Our next item is item number 6, CAR 21-35, PUD 21-57, and SUB 21-53 at 5727 Hill Road. This is an annexation of 3.3 acres with an R1B zoning designation, a conditional use permit for a planned residential development comprised of 40 single-family homes on 8 acres and an R1B zone, and then a preliminary plat for 40 residential lots and 4 common lots on 8.03 acres in an R1C and a proposed R1B zone. First, we're going to hear from staff, Mr. David Mosier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. The subject property is approximately 8 acres in size and is comprised of 2 parcels. The approximately 3-acre western parcel is located in Ada County and zoned R6. The approximately 5-acre eastern parcel is located within the city limits of Boise and zoned R1C. The property is located on the south side of Hill Road and surrounded by residential neighborhoods with the Farmers Union irrigation lateral across adjacent to the south. The applicant is requesting to annex the 3 acres portion of the property with an R1B zone. In addition to the annexation, the applicant proposes a planned unit development to construct 40 detached single-family homes on approximately 8 acres, along with a preliminary plat subdivision. And as you can see from the aerial photograph, the surrounding neighborhood is primarily comprised of detached single-family homes and open space. The Farmers Union irrigation lateral does extend across the south property line. The planning team is recommending approval of the annexation and denial of the PUD and the subdivision application. As seen on this slide, the requested R1B zoning is compatible with the comprehensive plan as it is designated as large lot on the land use map within which the R1B is allowed. The R1B zoning is most compatible with the adjacent properties as it would allow for detached single-family residential development, which is consistent and anticipated to develop within the area. Other agencies have commented on the application and stated no objections to the annexation. Therefore, the planning team supports the annexation to R1B. However, the planning team did receive comments from a member of the public expressing concerns of the annexation in regards to the fire department response times. To address these concerns, I would note that the fire department comment letter for the annexation required a fire hydrant be installed, but stated no objections to the annexation. They also stated the property is currently served by the City of Boise Fire Department. I would also note that the property is part of an enclave that is completely surrounded by the Boise city limits. And the fire department letter in regards to the annexation was included in your late correspondence memo. As you can see from the site plan, the development consists of a subdivision comprised of detached single-family homes and a PUD which grants reduced lot size, widths, and reduced interior setbacks. It also proposes the public streets along which are stubbed to the east and west. However, the planning team is recommending denial of the PUD in the subdivision, and the reasons for the denial recommendation are the planning team's concerns as listed. In particular, the applicant is requesting a waiver from the subdivision standards and also requesting not to install street and pathway improvements within and adjacent to the site. And I'll quickly go over these items. The first item would be the subdivision code requires a 30-foot landscape buffer for residential developments along arterial roadways, which Hill Road is, and the applicant is proposing to reduce that to 20 feet. The planning team thinks that a 30-foot is still required here and consistent with what we've required along other developments within this area. The second one is this section of public road here. The applicant is proposing attached sidewalks. The planning team would like detached sidewalks in this location to enhance pedestrian comfort and to be consistent with our comprehensive plan policies. Third is This is along the Farmers Union irrigation lateral. The Pathways Master Plan does indicate a multi-use path along this lateral. As such, the planning team would recommend a 12-foot multi-path be installed as shown here within a public access easement adjacent to the lateral and outside the irrigation easement. This pathway plan is also recommended, or this pathway, multi-use pathway is also recommended by the Parks and Recreation Department within their letter. And then finally, the planning team does have some concerns in the general design and configuration of the parcel with the use of common lots and how other departments could access, such as trash, things of that nature. In summary, due to these issues, several of the findings required by the development code cannot be met. And the applicant could obtain a recommendation of approval if these design standards were included into the project. I would note that the applicant did submit a revised plan kind of late in sort of the review process as seen here. And it does provide the additional amenity down here. So he is thinking about trying to provide, the applicant is thinking about trying to provide the additional amenities and providing the 50-foot cul-de-sac that the highway district wants for the termination of that public street. So in conclusion, also I would note that the planning team has not, and other agencies have not had a chance to adequately review this site plan before you at this time, because it was received late. But in conclusion, based on the original submittal, the planning team recommends approval of the annexation and denial of the PUD and subdivision. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, David. Next, we'll bring the applicant up to the podium. Or hear from the applicant.
Hello, commissioners. My name is Thomas Wall, 1775 West State Street, number 363, Boise 83702. So I actually put together, the first slide is actually a quick video about the hearing, about the landscape buffer along Hill Road, and then the proposed pathway along the canal. I felt like I could be long-winded on this, so I wanted to just get it to a video so I could narrow down the time. Oh, should be able to click on that. Is that? So I would like to talk about a couple items on the project report that affect our design. These are discussions that the planning team felt were necessary and I felt were necessary to have with the commission rather than allowing or not allowing these variance requests without the discussion. So here we are. The two items we specifically want to discuss are the landscape buffer along Hill Road as well as the pathway along the canal. These affect the depth of our property, our parcels, and could detrimentally impact our design, the number of homes we can provide, etc. The land use map dictates that this area is primarily for detached single-family homes, which is what we are providing, similar to our neighbors, Belmar Estates. I believe our area of focus should be from Pierce Park to in the area south of Hill and north of the canal, all the way to Castle Drive. This area represents a large amount of developable land that I feel should be cohesive. We have chosen to provide a 20-foot landscape buffer along Hill Road, in addition to the 12-foot ACHD right-of-way. This is meant to match Belmar Estates Phase 2 landscape buffer here along Hill Road, which has a detached sidewalk and landscape buffer. This Belmar was a similar project to ours in the sense that it bordered both Farmers Union and Hill Road, so we're able to get good ideas from them. We propose to align our property lines with these property lines along Hill, and we would expect the same to be asked of the remaining properties along Hill as they come around here to Castle. This will help to create beautiful cohesion, nice frontage along this arterial road. Now, as we move along to the canal, we need to talk about this pathway. We need to think about the future. There was a pathways plan passed last fall, and it was set up with the intent to provide connected pedestrian pathways where it's possible and where there's connected continuous land. And I think that's great. This plan specifically talks about pathways along canals and discusses the need to explore these options as they arise, which we intend to do today because no existing commitments have been made between the city and Farmers Union. No plan for a pathway has been made, and no feasibility study has been done. So we have dedicated 25 feet along the canal here as a common lot. Farmers Union intends to use this lot to access the canal for routine maintenance of its water supply. And we also intend to install a Boise City sewer line, underground sewer there. It's going to benefit a lot of the neighbors who are currently on pumps and septics, be great for the area. We believe this 25 feet is the perfect area for the possible pathway. As you can see, there is already a continuous service road along the canal on the south side, a service road. And what we need to focus on now is access on both sides of the canal. Once access is established on both sides of the canal, which we are providing, connectivity is feasible. Then it's possible to have the discussion with Farmers Union because there's a 25-foot common lot along both sides of the canal. But that discussion should be had when that connectivity is possible. The city, however, has asked us to add an additional 15 to 20 feet outside of that common lot for a roughly 700 to 800 foot unconnected pathway, but installed today. The Parks and Rec team wants to start piecemealing pathways together through all these properties to create a larger pathway system. And that's going to take a lot of time, a lot of effort, and it's going to be just that, very piecemeal. And connectivity is not likely to occur until all of these properties redevelop, which is unlikely to happen given the size of a lot of these homes. They're large homes, but not a lot of opportunity for redevelopment here. So if we set the precedent today that the path is not going to be along the first 25 feet, but rather 25 to 40 feet away from the canal, that redevelopment of these properties is even unlikelier to happen. The pathways plan specifically states that coordination with the canal districts is critical for the feasibility of these possible pathways. We don't feel that installing a pathway today outside of the 25 feet 25-foot common lot is in the best interest of us, our neighbors, or the city. It puts us all in a bad spot. We have less land to develop today in an infill location. Our neighbors' properties are worthless and less developable in the future. And most importantly, the city is establishing a precedent that the pathway is not meant to be alongside the canal. And the canal districts do not need to work with the cities, when in fact, the spirit of the pathways plan shows exactly the opposite. It's a precedent that we can't and should not set here today. We need to look at the canal as a whole and realize that it weaves through many residential neighborhoods. In these areas, they do not have 25 to 40 feet. They do not have 25 feet, much less 40 feet to give up for these pathways. Not only does this precedent affect the pathway's chances of future connectivity, but it also affects the city's desire to install pathways on any other canal in the area where space might be limited. We're providing the land today inside the 25-foot common lot so that the city can work with Farmers Union in the future.
Okay, so to kind of continue on that, just show you this landscape buffer. It matches the Belmar Estates landscape buffer there. We have a 20-foot landscape buffer plus a 12-foot ACHD right-of-way. And we're just going for that cohesive aesthetic along Hill Road. Another picture. The red line is the ACH at the top on Long Hill is the ACHD right-of-way. The green line is the proposed landscape buffer, which you can see matches with our property. Now to the south, you've got the blue lines along the canal. The two blue lines would be the 25-foot common lot, which we've given up at the south edge of our property. The green line would be the additional space needed for that path outside of the 25-foot service road. So just we're the first property after this pathway after this pathways plan was passed along Farmers Union Canal. They have not had any communication with the city of Boise on this pathway. But we're not opposed to a pathway. We just think that it should be inside that 25-foot common lot along the canal. And then the pathways plan specifically states that. So as we look at the pathways plan, you can see specifically the challenges on the right-hand side, tight spaces. It's right there for you. We need to work with the canal district in these tight spaces. So although we do have the space to put it north of the common lot, our neighbors don't. I want to show you that the pathways plan specifically says that this is not a public priority pathway. We've put it in red. That box in red is the area of our pathway. No public votes for this pathway. Project feasibility specifically called out as an unknown feasibility. Further communication with stakeholders is needed. And then near-term priority pathways, it calls this out as a low feasibility pathway. And then I just wanted to show you the existing conditions on the other side of the canal. So these are the two items I specifically would like the commission's thoughts on this canal. The pathway outside of the 25-foot common lot, we're giving that 25 feet. We would expect that that would be used for the pathway in the future. Now I want to show you specifically, this is the section in the pathways plan that shows that the pathway should be on the opposite side of the service road within the 25-foot common lot dedication that we've provided. It's not calling for it outside. When the pathway is opposite a canal service road, this is the section in the pathways plan. One more time here, detached sidewalks. Just wanted to let you know that the reason we've provided attached sidewalks is what we've provided detached for the majority of this property. It's really a space saving thing, but we're trying to provide more homes, and the main thoroughfare, which is the reason for these detached sidewalks, is really that east-west road, not the north-south road.
Time.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Wall. I think here's where my thoughts are on this application right now. So, you have staff is recommending approval of the annexation and then denial of the PUD and the preliminary plat. Now, additionally, we have updated drawings that came in very late in the process last week, right? So I think, in fairness to everybody, the public and the agencies, I think it's only fair that we give them time to review those new updated drawings before we provide, a decision on these applications. So I think we have two options here tonight. I'm leaning towards recommending that you just defer for another month to allow the agencies the opportunity to review your updated drawings. You can fine tune the design. Alternatively, we can continue on here. With that, we can give you some direction, some guidance, our thoughts right now. Otherwise, we can continue with this hearing. We can open up to public testimony. We can do the whole show, and then see where the commission comes down. You may get a denial if we go that route. So I think those are our two options right now. And I guess just kind of want to hear from you what your thoughts are. If you want to defer or you want to carry on and see how this goes.
Yeah, David and I have gone back and forth. Mr. Moser and I have gone back and forth about this quite a bit. We've been providing adjustments. The ACHD plan came in a couple of weeks ago, and that's additional plan was sent over to David afterwards, but it's not. I want to talk about the pathway along the canal in particular, because that really dictates the rest of my project. That, as well as the landscape buffer along hill, it reduces our depth. And we need to know from there if there are some lots along the south that we cannot have if so those dictate the rest of our project. So that's what we really need some clarity on at this point is those two items.
Commissioner Stead, any thoughts?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I don't want to do it yet, but I would make a move to defer. But I think it's I don't know what order things should go in, but I do think it makes sense for us to provide our thoughts and then defer to allow him to revise based on some of our thoughts and and give everybody the opportunity to review the application.
Yeah, I think that's where I'm heading. You want to kick us off with a few comments then, or Commissioner
Do we
Gillespie?
defer first, or should we? Should we motion? Oh, Gillespie wants to talk.
Okay, Commissioner Gillespie, you're front and center on our screens right now, so I started with you.
Thank you. First of all, let me ask James. James, is it okay if we offer our thoughts and guidance prior to a defer vote, or do you want us to make a defer motion and then have discussion about our thoughts and guidance pursuant to that deferral?
Just for the record, James Smith, Deputy City Attorney. Good question, Milt. Prefer that you, or advise that you put all comments on the record that you have for now. Open up for any testimony for anyone who may not be able to return to a date certain that you would defer to if you're not going to continue with public testimony tonight, or if that's the commission's eventual decision.
Okay.
So you can wait on the formal motion to defer until everyone's had a chance to chime in.
Yes, correct. That's right, Milt.
Okay, so I'll chime in real quick. I am very, this is to the applicant. I am very disinclined to disagree with, or in some sense overrule, Boise City Parks. So if Boise City Parks, what they say, they're like the experts. Like, that's who I look to. So if you're in a disagreement situation with Boise City Parks over the multi-use path along the canal, that's a problem for me. So that's point one. Point two is I'm not inclined to the argument that some other subdivision to the east or west of you has a certain size buffer, and you want to be the same size as that buffer. That also doesn't carry a lot of salt with me, because I don't know anything about the other subdivision or why that buffer was what it is. And each case is different. And from what I can see, there's no reason you can't comply with the city's 30-foot requirement for subdivision buffers. So on those two issues, I'm not going to go against. It's hard for me to go against the Parks Department, and it's also difficult for me without a specific site-related issue on your site. It's hard for me to go against the 30-foot buffer requirement that we have in the code. Those are my thoughts.
Okay, thanks, Milt. Any other thoughts?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Finbrock?
Yeah, I echo everything Commissioner Gillespie said. I think that I wouldn't go against it, like the pathway plan. We talk a lot about, we've seen many applications come before us with when we're trying to do the connectivity, and I agree 100% with him. This is how we do it. We do it through development, and I wouldn't really go against the city's plan.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Stead.
The last thing I would say on that is, if you think about like the Greenbelt, took a lot of foresight and a lot of cooperation to get there. And some parts of the Greenbelt are really narrow, and some parts have huge buffers on both sides. And so it's not possible always to make it consistent the whole way, but we have to do what we can. And isn't it wonderful where it is really wide? So I really appreciate the vision that the city has on this, and that we're able to ask developers as we go along here to keep that in mind, so that someday, even if it's a generation from now, we might have another really beautiful path that connects our city.
Thanks, Commissioner Stead. Commissioner Mooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree. You build a path piece by piece, and that's the way this goes. I do agree with the applicant that the Boise Pathway Plan looks to be the south bank of the canal there. So something needs to get worked out there. So this is a good idea to work all that out, but we need to piece it together as developments come forward.
Okay, great. Thanks, Commissioner Mooney.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Commissioner Gillespie.
I'd like to, I move that we defer CRR 2135, PUD 21-57, and SPUB 21-53 to the next available meeting. And yeah, I'll just leave it at that. And you can call for testimony either, after we, at any point, right?
Yeah, great. Okay, thank you, Milt. So I have a motion to defer by Commissioner Gillespie and a second by Commissioner Stead. I guess, Mr. Wall, when we defer items, we typically go to the next meeting.
Yep.
Is you feel like 4 weeks from now gives you enough time for all the coordination? I think I might ask staff as well, but I'll start with you.
I believe it's August 1st, correct? Is the next meeting.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, August 1st would be the next meeting, but that's a very short turnaround.
Oh, yeah.
Since
that's right.
we're already
Middle of
on the
July.
11th.
Right.
We discussed that before. This is kind of the expected outcome. We need to resolve the commission on the pathway that would help us with our plan. And now that we have that, we have a few ideas in place to redesign.
Great.
So we can meet that August.
Okay. So I think that's good. I think so. Oh, sorry. Sorry, hang on.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, I mean, I guess that would work, but I would need revised plans other than the one that I currently have ASAP. I mean,
Right. No, I'm sorry. Let me take a step back. I forgot that we're already in the middle of July. It's not July 1. So my apologies. We were looking at the calendar. So the meeting in September would be September 12th. Is that correct? Because you have Labor Day is the first, I believe it's first Monday. So I feel like if we're going to go to the effort of deferring this, that we go ahead and move it to the September 12th meeting, right? And hear it at that time. I think that gives everybody the time. Does that give everybody the time to review and get it to all the agencies and comment?
Yes.
Thanks, Mo.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, that would definitely give the highway district and staff and other public works and other agencies time to review this again, and the applicant to revise and show the pathways if he's going to make changes that direction.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. So I think that's where we're at. We got a motion to defer to September 12th.
Yes.
Yes.
Motion.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Very good. So we're going to keep that motion on the table for one more moment. Any other direction or comments for the applicant at this time? I think we covered the pathway pretty well. I think we got the buffer. The only other question you mentioned was the detached sidewalks, not a little section of roadway.
Yes.
I know I would prefer to see a detached sidewalk in that condition. And I speak for, I think, a couple of other missing commissioners that would feel the same way. So I would encourage you to really explore that option as you're working through these revisions.
Okay. And that even if it is a cul-de-sac, detached from the cul-de-sac as well?
Yeah, I would start there, right? I would start with that detached sidewalk as your beginning point, right? And work back if you need to. But I think the ideal is to see a detached sidewalk.
Right. Okay.
And then, yeah, please, Commissioner Stead.
The last thing, I said this the last time, but the last thing I would say on this is I know that developers want to try to get as many units in there as possible, and the city supports that too, but also by complying with our city code, which is laid out for a reason. And we do grant variances, as you've seen, but it's really when there are site specific issues with the land that make us understand that there's a hardship that is unavoidable because of the space that you're on. And we don't really see that. I don't really see that on this land. So I guess our encouragement, if it wasn't clear, is to really stick with the code as best as you can, even if that means dropping a couple of units.
Okay, we've had some direction from the planning team to consider a switched use or a switched product type as well, multifamily or townhomes for this area,
or a mix.
The reason not is because we specifically were during our pre-application meeting with the neighborhood. We wanted to keep single family to keep the neighborhood happy.
Gotcha.
that was our reasoning to keep this a single family product.
Commission,
Yeah, Commissioner Stead, please.
we upset the neighborhood all the time. So there is definitely a balance, you know what I mean? We don't, any kind of mixed housing is amazing. That's my opinion. And I see some nodding heads up here too.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's definitely room for mixed product development, and it will help you get some units back, but also meet some of these spatial requirements. And so I know a lot of us like those mixed housing type developments.
Right. The difficulty for us has been this. That's okay. I'll work on our plan.
Okay.
I understand.
Yeah, very good. All right. And Commissioner Mooney's got his hands up one more time.
Yeah, since we're talking, I have a suggestion for staff, or just something that will help me in the future. When we start in the staff's project report, we start with an aerial map, and then we go to the land use, basically the land use legend, land use designation map, and then a zoning map. And on the land use designation map, it's kind of mixed bag what we get in our packet. Sometimes it's got mixed multi-use pass dictated. Sometimes it's got planned share use pass. Sometimes it's got VRT bus stops. Sometimes it has community centers. It would be really nice if that was a consistent product in our packages, so that we could go, okay, now I know where the Boise Pathways plan is in relationship to this subject parcel. I know what the ACHD on-street bike lane level of effort, level of traffic stress is, so that I can factor that into my evaluation. So since we're talking generics here, I just throw that one out. Thanks.
Okay. All right. Thank you, John. Okay. Before we go to the vote, I got to check in real quick. If there's anybody, we're going to defer this item to the September 12th meeting. If you're here to testify on this item and you cannot attend the September 12th meeting, you can testify tonight. I see one hand up online. Crystal, can we check in with her? And if you're here in person to testify on this item and you cannot attend on September 12th, you can testify this evening. But that means it's your only shot. It's your only shot to testify. That's the other thing to consider. No. Okay. Sorry, take that. Strike that last comment. Apologize. Okay. Jennifer, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can. Yeah. Are you here? We did testify on this item tonight.
Actually, since it's been deferred, what I would like to do is ask if we will get a chance to submit written testimony ahead of the hearing.
Yes, you will.
Okay, can you tell me approximately when I can expect to receive that? Because I want to make sure that I have plenty of time to write out my comments and make sure they're submitted in the proper amount of time. And I will also attend the meeting either in person or again by Zoom.
Yeah, so we'll be hearing it on the September 12th meeting. So the project staff report will come out a week prior to that. So,
okay, so when should what's the deadline by which I need to submit my written comments, please?
It would be September 9th?
September 8th,
September 8th.
5 p.m.
5 p.m. on September 8th.
Okay, so let me repeat that just to make sure that I understood you properly. So I have until September 8th at 5 p.m. to submit my written comments to you. And should I do that online, or do I submit by, old-fashioned paper? Or both?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, members of the public, you can submit it via email, you can submit electronically, you can write a letter and hand drop it off at the PDS department. I just need the hard copy or the email submittal by that date and deadline.
Okay, so last question, please. Where exactly is your physical address to drop off a hard copy? Because I'll probably do both an e-submittal and a hard copy.
City Hall, downtown.
150 North Capitol Boulevard. You can call the PDS department and just ask for David Moser. You'll be transferred to me and I can give you all this information.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Moser. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, David. Okay, we'll go ahead and, yes, sir. Please come on up. Please come on up. Yeah. Name and address, please.
Robert Brownfield, 5713 Hill Road. My property in which I live is the one that borders the entire eastern border of the proposed project. And it's my understanding from your lawyer's comment that I'll also be able to make comments for the record in the second meeting.
That is correct. That's
Okay.
correct.
So just some basic thoughts on the walking path. I think I'm certainly in favor of that. I'm not opposed to development. That's obviously that's inevitable. I do have concerns about density. I know that you guys are aware of the information that's already been posted on the fire concerns. I'm not sure the firemen's or the fire department's response, which is putting a spigot there is going to be enough. Boise's a special place. I'm in love with it. I've lived here all my 54 years. I think about the green belt. I mean, it's like a necklace with emeralds, connected to it. It's pretty awesome. In the 15 years that I've lived on that property, there are several people that walk that path along that canal, and I think that's great. There are a couple of pretty significant needs. I'd say one thing that makes Boise really cool, and I think we can all agree here, that we have a very special city. But those open spaces and places to walk that are good for all people, they're going to have a bearcat of an experience. They think that they're going to be able to just go down the road there or the canal road and start trying to acquire all these properties. So there could be a 30-foot path. I would propose, why don't we go to the farmers union and say, hey, fellas, we need to do something about this canal, and we could kill two birds with one stone. Several of us have to pump our sewage up to Hill Road. And about every 10 years, I spend about $10,000 replacing those pumps. And that's no fun. Anyway, so I'm just thinking kind of in general how special Boise is. I think a walking path along there would be fantastic for the neighborhood. I think it would improve everybody's property values, including yours. I think some lower density housing along Hill Road would be fantastic. And a lot of people appreciate Hill Road just for the beauty of it. A lot of cyclists use Hill Road. And we've got baby deer in our yard because they come down to the canal to drink. And, so you've got a lot of reasons for Hill Road. Let's not be idiots here. Let's just keep Boise really cool. You only get one shot at this, fellas and ladies, so anyway.
Okay.
I said my piece.
All right.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
All right.
Okay. This is going to motion to defer to September 12th, CAR 21-35, PUD 21-57, and SUB 21-53. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Stead.
Aye.
Schaefer.
Aye.
Gillespie.
Aye.
Finfrock.
Aye.
Mooney.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, great. Thank you. Next item is item number 7. Let the record show that I am recusing myself from this item, and Commissioner Stead, we will run the meeting.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so we're moving on to item number 7. This is SUB 22-31 for Monitor Way subdivision at 2484 South Monitor Way. This is preliminary plat for residential subdivision comprised of 48 buildable and 6 common lots. And we will start with staff, Mr. Moser.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. The applicant is requesting approval of a preliminary plat for a residential subdivision comprised of 48 buildable lots, 6 common lots on 13.3 acres located at 2484 South Monitor Way in R1B zone. And as just mentioned, the proposal will create 48 buildable lots with a public street that connects back to Monitor Way adjacent to the west. The proposed lots meet the dimensional requirements of the R1B zone, and all new homes constructed on the lots will be required to comply with all height, setbacks, and parking requirements as per the zone. And as you can see from the aerial photograph, the property is located within a neighborhood comprised of medium and low density developments containing detached single-family homes. Shown on the site plan, the proposed subdivision complies with all the dimensional requirements of the R1B zone with a proposed density of 3.6 units an acre, which is similar and compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. The project design will provide a 12-foot wide multi-path along the east property line here. It will come down to where Malad terminates on the east property line, extend along the south side of Malad as a 10-foot wide detached pathway / sidewalk, and then continue down along Monitor Way to connect onto Carolina, providing that full connection. In addition, the project does provide detached sidewalks, 5-foot detached, 8-foot landscape buffers throughout the entire site, including along the adjacent right-of-ways themselves. A late correspondence memo was submitted suggesting a change to condition of approval to reflect the extension of the pathway along Malad and down Monitor to Carolina, and the installation of detached sidewalks as proposed on the site plan here. The planning team did receive several letters from neighbors expressing concerns with traffic impacts. The neighbors do not want the subdivision to take access from Monitor Way. They contend that if the project design takes access from Monitor Way, that a majority of the traffic will use Raleigh Street, then Holland Drive to access 5 Mile. So essentially just kind of show you the street network. This is Monitor Way here next to the property. So the neighbors contend that if the 2 access points are designed as proposed, that a majority of the traffic then will wind their way up this here and then back out this direction to Monitor, or out not to Monitor, but to 5 Mile, instead of turning down to Carolina and then taking Carolina straight out. I would note that ACHD did not express any objections with the project. And given the amount of traffic generated, there is capacity on these local public streets to support the project. In addition, a traffic impact study was not performed with this project, and no traffic impact study was required with this project in addition. And there's no evidence to indicate that a majority of the traffic would use this northern route to access the road at this point in time. So in conclusion, the planning team recommends approval of the subdivision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moser. Next, we'll hear from the applicant. Please start with your name and address. You'll have up to 10 minutes.
Madam Chairman, members of the commission, thank you for your time. My name's Doug Russell. I'm with the Land Group. My address is 462 East Shore Drive in Eagle, Idaho. And I am representing the owner this evening, and we are the project engineers and designers for the project. I know we've had a lengthy hearing tonight, and I know you've got some more beyond. I think David has covered most of this pretty well. He and I have been in close contact throughout this process, and we have been quick to react to the conditions of approval that he's thrown our way and wanted to see us implement on the plan. And we did provide him some updated plans from our original submittal to address these regional pathway issues. And so yes, those revisions have been made. We're in agreement with all the terms and conditions of the staff report. We're pretty excited about this infill project. A little bit of history. This used to be a property that the Boise School District owned. They had intended to put a school here, I suspect, at some point in time. But this became a surplus property because they had facilities that were already providing schooling for this area, and therefore they put it up for public auction, and my client was the awarded bidder on that. And so we submitted this design for 48 lots, as David mentioned, 3.2 DUA, and just wanted to develop it per the zone, and that's what we're recommending. We're complying with all the requirements of the R1B zone. We've met all the requirements of ACHD policy. They have reviewed it and given us a positive response. In regards to the traffic comments that we've been receiving, that seems to be the biggest issue that we're hearing from the public. As David mentioned, we were not required to do a traffic study for this project because of the low number of units that we're proposing. I believe that some of the arguments from the neighbors that we're going to put more traffic down that northern exit, maybe a little bit unwarranted, mainly because we know that there's on-street parking within those streets, and the street to the south, Charleston Place, is a collector street and does not have houses fronting on it on the western portion leading out to the main road to the west. And so we feel like that the fact that there are two routes through this property, or from this project out to the west, really does kind of disperse traffic. And it surely will have a lot less impact and intensity than a school facility would in regards to traffic. So again, we agree with the terms and conditions of the staff report. We don't really have anything to add. I would mention that there was a condition that we needed to add some more trees and place them at 40 foot on center along the road frontages. We are committed to doing that. And just for your information, that takes our landscape plan from a total of 53 trees to a total of 118 trees. So definitely a significant increase in the canopy there, which I think something that Parks is pretty pleased with. And in fact, they were pleased with the original design and the canopy that we were creating. So this is just kind of the icing on the cake in that regard. I did have one question on one of the conditions, and it's really just a clarification. I want to make sure that we didn't make a mistake in the way that we submitted this application. Condition number 11 under the subdivision section, it mentions something about us being committed to this name of that monitor. The name monitor is reserved as our subdivision name at this point, and that we can't make any changes unless change in ownership occurs. I know from talking to my client that they do not intend to market or call the subdivision monitor way or place or anything along those lines. And so I'm wondering if there's something, assuming or hopefully if we get approval tonight, is there something that we can do to kind of get that name situation sorted out before the council hearing? And if so, maybe you could just provide some guidance and we'll take care of that should we be successful this evening. Other than that, I have no more questions. I have nothing further to offer unless you have questions for me.
Thank you. Okay, before we get into questions, I just want to check to see if we have a representative from the Southwest Ada County Alliance Neighborhood Association. Okay, I'm not seeing anybody. So then we'll go to questions from the commission for staff of the applicant.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Finfrock.
I had a question for David. In some of the public comment, they were questioning why there was an exit on South Monitor Way and not on West Carolina Street, as that seemed to be the less residential street. Can you answer that?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, they have a greater street frontage on Monitor. They could theoretically, I guess, you could have designed a subdivision that had an access point out of Carolina, but it is a little bit tighter, and there is ACHD, I think, separation standards between intersections, and they already have the intersection at Carolina and Monitor itself. So they couldn't get both in there, given the separation standard, but they could have fit one, but it kind of interferes with the sort of the logical configuration of the subdivision and the layout of lots. Maybe the applicants can speak better to that, but if you had one winding in from Monitor and then going out to Carolina, it gets a little more difficult on the internal configuration.
Thank you.
Do you want to answer that? Go ahead.
You betcha,
Yeah.
Commissioner Finfrock and Madam Chairman. Yeah, we did a number of configurations when we first started working on the design and layout for this. And we also met or got some feedback from David in regards to the Malad Street extension. And so we kind of lined up with Malad Street to the east, and the way you can see that we have a stub street on our eastern boundary, and that's intended to line up with Malad Street at some point in time. But the main reason that we're accessing off of Monitor Way is because it worked best for the layouts that we were trying to achieve. And we're not stretching ACHD policy in any way, shape, or form. We have all the separations that we need. Again, I think it's easily arguable that people that are coming out on Malad Street are going to turn left and take Charleston Place to the west versus heading north and kind of going through a circuitous route out to through Raleigh and Hollandale. Obviously, these are public rights of way. So we did explore. It just didn't, the layouts didn't work as well for the design. And this is where we landed.
Thank you.
Any questions from our online commissioners?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Mooney, and then we'll get to Commissioner Gillespie, if that's what, yeah.
So I think this is a question for staff. Maybe David can answer this regarding, so this is the first one of these where there's been an infill development that the Boise the pathway plan had basically sketched a route through this parcel, and now the applicant is trying to comply with that. And so the friction is some of this could be an ACHD right of way versus in the applicant's subdivision. Can you talk me through how much leeway there is on that and how much we could condition this so that some of the pathway could be an ACHD right of way, especially since they identify it as a quote unquote level 3 facility on the south?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, I believe the pathway plan as shown is extending down, and even the master plan extended it down the unimproved right of way along the east property line. And then they're going to basically turn it west where it hits Malad Street, which will also again be a public street again, and then run it down the south side of Malad Street as a 10-foot wide multi-use path with the detached sidewalk or with the detached landscape buffer separating it back out to Monitor, then down to Carolina. So a majority of the property is actually located in right of way as it is and as proposed. Under the unusual circumstance that ACHD wouldn't allow it in there, then we'd obviously then it'd have to be incorporated on site. But I don't see how ACHD wouldn't allow the pathway in there right away.
Okay, thanks, David.
Commissioner Gillespie, did you have a question? No, okay, great. If there are no further questions, thank you. Then we'll move on to this public testimony. I have 2 people that signed up in advance. Please just come right on up to the podium, and then we'll move to online testimony after we've met everybody in-house. Please start with your name and address, and you'll get 3 minutes. One of you and then the other. Yeah, only one at a time anyway, so we can just go right back to back.
Okay, thank you. May it please the commission, my name is Stan Hafferman. I live at 10372 West Hollandale Drive. And I'm one of the people that has been complaining because even though there has been no evidence that the traffic would go down Hollandale, substantial evidence living on Hollandale, I know most of the traffic would go that way. That's the way it is now. Carolina was an easement granted to the school district for access to that lot. And they have buffers on Carolina. They have no driveways on Carolina. There's no reason not to have an entrance on Carolina. There's 4 lots on I believe it's the south side of the track. They could put a road up there and make a circle around and still have the same number of homes. And they wouldn't be going through Hollandale, Raleigh. People right now, right north of this subdivision, there's a loop of also 47 homes, and there's only one entrance into it, and that's Monitor Street. And so at Monitor and Raleigh, you'll have to have a 4-way stop. Also on Raleigh at Monitor, it's I think it's less than 24 feet wide, and it's 40 feet wide on Carolina and Monitor. And there would be no impact to channel people out of the subdivision onto Carolina through entrance and exit on Carolina. I measured on my GPS, I guess I asked my GPS for directions from the marketplace in Meridian, and my GPS in my car took me down Carolina to go to that address. What is it? 2484 South Monitor. The GPS takes me down Carolina on my car. On my phone, it takes me down Hollandale. So there's a 50-50 chance that it's going to be channeled down Hollandale. there's a lot of wasted space now that the property on the plating, that, what is it, Malad on the east, and I don't quite understand where the where the trails are they're talking about, but access to the eastern portion of I think it's Mitchell Street, South Mitchell Street, is prohibited in the deed. And so you're requiring, or somebody's requiring them to dead end, I guess it's ACHD, dead end Malad at Mitchell Street. But by the deed and title, it can't be, it cannot be, access is prohibited per the deed. And what else was there? And I think that's about it, unless somebody wants to.
That's time. So you
have
did
any
it just,
questions?
you
Okay,
nailed
all right,
it.
all right. Okay.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you. Anything, would somebody else like to testify? Please start with your name and address.
My name is Dennis Falk. I live on 10247 West Hollandale. And we lived in Hollandale since 1983. My objection is when the exit coming out onto Monitor, and that goes straight onto Hollandale, and they're going to come out of that subdivision. They come out of that subdivision they're putting in, and they'll go right on the Hollandale, okay? Well, not right on, but cross Monitor on Hollandale. The other street, the Carolina thing, they don't have any. In Hollandale, we have cars backing up into the road, the street. One of them's my car, our car. We're backing into a street, okay? On Carolina, there's nobody backing into it. The roads are all coming into that. They made that road for traffic. They made that road for the school. So they would exit down that road. All right. When we bought Hollandale, it was dead end. Okay. And that's the thing I get into when thinking about it, that they have the exit that goes right straight across Monitor and goes in Hollandale. Why just exit all the cars on Carolina? Anyways, that's my point.
Thank you. Great, thank you. Is there anybody else in the, please come up. Please just, let's file them on up. Thank you.
Madam Chairman.
Yes, Commissioner Gillespie.
While we're waiting, we're not going to get to item 11 tonight. So maybe, at least I don't want to. So do you want to let the item 11 people go?
I think let me just check. Hang on.
I mean, because I'm going to move
Yeah,
that we defer for lateness of hour when we're done with this item. So
yeah,
I guess if they want to wait, they can.
Is that fine?
So the commission's discretion.
Okay. I'm looking at, okay, great. Okay, well, so I think that before we move forward with this item, it is, can I pause this and then, okay, I'm gonna just pause this item and we're gonna just look at item 11 quickly here. Sorry about that. Because I know, I'm so sorry to the city staff and the applicant, because I know this hurts everybody, but because of the lateness of hour, I know that item 11 has a lot of public input too. We at the city try not to take any new business after 9:30. So because of that, it looks like we would defer item 11 to the next hearing, which would be the August 1st hearing, the next available meeting. So does the applicant for item 11, are they here? Do you guys understand that? It's gonna be okay? Okay, thank you. Is there anybody present tonight that would otherwise not be able to return to that August 1st hearing? No, okay. And I know there are hands raised for the hearing right now, but is there anybody, if you could please put those hands down for a second and raise your hand if we could just look really quickly to see if there's anybody that could not return to the August 1st. Okay, so I still see 3 hands up.
Meredith, why don't we get through the item we're on and then do
Okay.
the, just
I
because
thought
it's
you
going to
just
get.
told me to tell, to deal.
Well,
Yeah, okay.
we don't, I mean, okay, never mind. Let's just go. Do what you want.
Okay, I still see 2 hands up. Sandy and Gail, are you here for the item 11? No, okay, great. Okay, can we just check in really quickly with Gail and Sandy? Item 11 is PUD 22-23 ADP Architects. Perfect. Okay, we can't take any new business because of the lateness of hour. I don't actually even need to make sure I see what you're saying, Gillespie. Okay, so at this point, I'm just asking for deferral for lateness of hour for item 11. From the commission. Sorry, look alive.
I know.
Madam Chairman,
Commissioner Gillespie.
I move we defer item 11 to our next scheduled meeting due to lateness of hour.
Fantastic. Great. And a second from Commissioner Finfrock. Great. Returning back to.
We got to vote.
Okay, great. So we have to vote on this. Commissioner Schaefer, I'm going to ask you to please vote on this item. We have a deferral to the next available meeting for lateness of hour for item 11. Will the clerk please call the vote?
Stead.
Aye.
Schaefer.
Aye.
Gillespie.
Aye.
Finbrock.
Aye.
Mooney.
Aye.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, returning then to item 7. Yes, item 7, which is SUB 22-31 for Monitor Way subdivision at 2484 South Monitor Way. I will put that request in with staff. Ma'am, please start with your name and address. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Tammy George. I live at 10223 West Hollandale. I did submit a written testimony, but I also wanted to speak today too about one of the access points from Monitor Way that goes to West Raleigh Street. If people need to realize that once you hit Raleigh Street, you're only going 210 feet. You are going to curve right onto Georgetown for 207 feet, and then you're taking a left onto Hollandale. Currently, people hit those 2 curves and speed on down Hollandale. We have talked about how Carolina was set up for to have traffic. If you start counting the driveways that back up directly into the street, there are 30 homes on Hollandale that are affected by traffic. There are 3 homes on Raleigh and 6 homes on Georgetown Way. There are 0 homes on Carolina that direct up onto that street. So my biggest question is, why are we routing traffic, half of the homes down Raleigh for 210 feet and then 207 feet? That just doesn't make sense. So traffic's already bad when you back up. There is no traffic. When I back out of my driveway, they are on my bumper. So that's what I wanted to talk about, the traffic impact, and have reconsideration of that access point there. And also too, on all the notices and everything, they said they were building 48 homes and 6 common lots, but I have yet to see any common lots with the plan, or am I missing that? So it was on the public hearing notice. I got the notice in the mail, but I don't see any common lots with this development plan that they had advertised like that. And that's all I have to say. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. George. Is there anybody else in the house here that would like to testify on this item? Okay, seeing none, then we'll move to online testimony. I see several hands raised. We'll start with Gail Nicholson, and then Peter Reynolds. And if you would like to testify, please raise your hand now. So Ms. Nicholson, you are unmuted. Please go ahead and start with your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes.
I'm talking regarding to the next meeting. You never got to ours, and my name is Gail Nickerson, 9112 West Zuni Court. You said you're going to postpone this, but you never gave dates or times.
Yes, the new date is going to be August 1st at 6 p.m.
And are we going to be first in line and not put on the back burner?
The staff has that note and will do the best they can. Thank you, Ms. Nickerson. Next, we'll hear from Peter Reynolds. Mr. Reynolds, please go ahead and unmute and start with, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, my name is Peter Reynolds. I live at 10282 West Hollandale Drive in Boise, Idaho, 83709. We've lived in this home for 33 years. It was originally a dead-end street when we moved in. They built the whole subdivision behind, etc. Again, I'm concerned with the outlet traffic coming down Monitor Way. Just like my neighbors, it's a safety issue. We have children on this street. This street was never designed for that kind of high volume traffic. Or speed. It's a fairly straight street. It's often used as a racetrack, dragway. People often hit in excess of 30 miles an hour right now coming out of that other subdivision, and that's just going to increase traffic. And we're just concerned about safety and children, and the other subdivision that surrounds this new proposal Carolina was designed for access to that property for a school, and it should be designed to take that traffic onto Carolina, which doesn't have any driveways, is a wider street, doesn't have any cars parked on it, doesn't have any children run. Well, okay, there's children running around, but anyway, bicycles, etc. That has bigger sidewalks, has better lighting at night. Our street only has barely three street lights that were put in a few years back. It used to be a really dark alley, and now it does at least have those three, but has minimal lighting at night. It's just a dangerous situation, and we just think that it wasn't designed for that traffic. Thank you.
The other thing.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. Next, we'll hear from Sandy Perky, and then Pauline Dial. So Sandy, go ahead, start with your name and address, please, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Terrific. My name is Sandy Perky. I live at 9874 West Carolina Drive, Boise, Idaho, 83709. And I wanted to ask about several questions, actually. The type of housing, we keep hearing different things. Is it going to be high-end rentals? Is it going to be townhouses, single-family homes? People keep asking that. I've seen a lot of renderings of other neighborhoods tonight, excuse me, and I was really hoping that we could see what it was going to look like for this area and monitor. So does anyone have information on that?
Ms. Perky, we won't answer any questions at this time, but the applicant has an opportunity for a rebuttal at the end, and they may choose to address questions.
Great.
Thank
Okay.
you.
My number one issue at this point is Carolina and Charleston subdivision are run with an HOA, which means we pay big dues and we take care of our property. Now, my understanding is this new development will not have any HOA at all. And that concerns me because of the fact that it could run down our property values quickly. And also it means, another 48 homes using our amenities that we're paying for. So that is a concern I have. The field development, as you pointed out, it was to be a school, and it's been that way for the 21 years I've been here. Now, the voles, the mice, the moles, the gophers have all moved into that field. When they start developing that field, all of those vermin are going to move into our existing homes. And I wanted to know about mitigation on that. Our current irrigation pump for our subdivision, which by the way, surrounds that one lot. We have Carolina, we have, you know, all the way out to 5 Mile, we have all the way out to Victory. We are surrounded completely by the Charleston HOA. And there's just this one little area right here in this field that is not in the HOA. So they would be completely surrounded. But the irrigation pump that we have for our subdivision is not sufficient. It goes down every summer, sometimes for weeks on end, where you have no water for your lawn, you have nothing. And I wanted to point that out to the people who are looking at it. Also, there's a concern about the fact that these new homes are butting right up against existing homes. And as I spoke with Delaney a couple of months ago, there's some sort of an agreement that we're supposed to use our existing fences for this new property. And I wanted to get some clarification on that.
Thank you, Ms. Perky. So next we're moving on to Pauline Dial. Pauline, please go ahead and start when you're ready. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Pauline Dial, and I live at 2547 South Monitor Way. And the one exit will come out right in front of my home. And my concerns, again, as many have stated, are the traffic. I find it kind of ironic that with all these traffic concerns that there has been no survey done. And I would encourage that maybe we postpone this or we relook at this issue after a survey or a study has been done on the impact that this will have on our neighborhood. Our street is not wide and on Monitor, and we do have off-street parking. We have 4 adults living at our house, and we have cars that we have to park on that street. And when cars are parked there, that is going to limit it down to almost a 1-lane road. So I would hope that maybe they could defer and look at and do a survey of the impact of traffic. We have lived there for 21 years since the subdivision was started. We were aware that it was going to be a school, and we were also aware that the traffic would come in and off of Carolina. And that street is developed for that. It's much wider. The homes face the opposite directions. There's no home traffic pulling out onto the street at that area. And so we just hope that you would consider changing the plans just a little. It might take, 1 or 2 home lots away, which I know in a development, it seems huge to the person that's developing. But I think the impact on the community would be very much lessened. And so I hope that you'll take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dial. Next, we'll hear from Mr. Westfall and then Craig Sarton. Charles, please go ahead and start when you're ready. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Charles Westfall. I live at 2415 South Georgetown Way. And as one of my neighbors, Tammy, very, very well pointed out, I am right where one of those bends is. And currently with the other neighborhood that was built back behind our homes, I still can back out of my driveway and have somebody right up in my rearview mirror, even though I've cleared my mirror. This project should have never gotten out of planning. I don't understand why they're not using Charleston Place. I'm not going to be quite as polite as some of my other neighbors are. This is poor planning. There's a boulevard used for that purpose, and the developer is not being a friend to our community. This is not a good design. We don't want it, and we're asking them to reconsider their design. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Westfall. Next, we'll hear from Mr. Sarton. Craig, please go ahead and unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Craig Sarton. I live at 2376 South Georgetown Way, Boise, 83709. And I live and I want to thank all of my neighbors. I am in complete agreement with everything they've said so far. I live on the bend. I'm actually right across the street from Mr. Westfall. But I live on the opposite side of the street on the bend where Raleigh Street turns into Hollandale, or into Georgetown Way, which leads then into Hollandale. My biggest concern is that, one, my neighbor who is right on that corner is an elderly woman who lives alone, and those are very short spaces, and we already have a problem with traffic just speeding through these neighborhoods like crazy sometimes. And like Chuck said, backing out of my driveway frequently, having looked back, and then suddenly I've got a car right on my tail that comes around that corner. And it scares me to death to think of even a slight increase in traffic. But with that street coming from Raleigh, going right into that neighborhood, that's going to come right out, and people are going to go right to Hollandale. That's what I would do if I was living there along those streets, especially coming out of there. Also, I have a daughter who has sensory issues, and she's just starting to drive, and I'm very concerned about her, in that situation. Those are very short distances there, going around that corner and then making that turn into Hollandale. So again, I want to reiterate what all of my neighbors have said. This neighborhood is really talking to each other about this, and I'm sure you're going to hear more from us about this issue. I thank you for your consideration. And also, one last note, if nothing else can be done, at least something needs to be done to either block off that Raleigh Street entrance to Hollandale, or create some sort of speed barriers that will slow traffic down. Even if this weren't going in, that was something that this neighborhood needed to address anyhow. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sarton. Okay, I see one last hand up, so we'll move to Mr. Thomas. George, please go ahead and unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm George Thomas. I live at 2377 South Georgetown Way. I live exactly on the corner of Georgetown and Hollandale. And as with all of the neighbors in the neighborhood, I wholeheartily concur with the access to the development going in through Carolina. I have 3 sons. They are 10 to 8 or whatever, and they're always running around the neighborhood. And even as it is, this little S bend that I'm on, and I'm literally out on my driveway right now, it does become kind of a challenge and a hazard for anyone, even if they're not intentionally playing in the street, to just be cautious of this. My wife can't back out of her driveway without running into, the potential of a car coming in, and from either turn, coming in off of Hollandale or coming down from Monitor onto Georgetown for a brief moment. I back in every time so that I don't have to worry about backing in my truck, but we can't do that all the time. So my consideration would be to reroute through Carolina, and also just a consideration that the Hollandale Road, particularly under inclement weather like winter time, if we have another snowmageddon, that corner is like an ice rink. It is probably the slickest I've seen in a long time. So there should be some potential considerations under inclement weather to kind of help with the easement and traffic issues. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Okay, it looks like one more hand to go up, so that'll be our last speaker for tonight. Jamie, go ahead. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Jamie Holbelt, and I also live at 10282 West Hollandale Drive.
Jamie, I'm sorry, are you able to speak a little bit more loudly?
Yeah, is this better?
Yes.
So I live at 10282 West Hollandale Drive, and I do live with a couple family members, and so I do have kids. One issue that I want you to be aware of and think about that hasn't come up is not only with increased traffic, it also means increased people, increased eyes, means the privacy and security of our house. just a lot of people in the area. I think it's way too many lots for the size of the area. People like to move to this area because of the lot size. They like to have some yard space. So it's something that people really looked for, and they just the area and how it the feel of it. And if it is going to be rentals, that is something that is going to definitely bring a different, could potentially bring some different demographics or different feel to the neighborhood, things like that. I think to keep it congruent, lot size is important to people around here. That's why we move in. But definitely we need some speed checks. We need something. I have kids. My kid was on a bicycle and crossing the road, looked both ways in that curve that George and others have just talked about. And if my husband was not right on his tail and screamed at the driver, barreling through, it would have hit him. I mean, he had to have been going at least 30 miles an hour. It's ridiculous, the speeding. But also our irrigation system, it won't support all these extra houses. Our safety, we don't know what other kind of people are coming in to here. We've had thefts already in our neighborhood over the last few years. Just a lot of people extra people that I don't think we need to put that size of lot and that size of, I think the density is too dense for this area. People like this area. Just to the east on the Malad Street and all over there, they are 1 acre lots. Our street here on the older Hollandale are half-acre lots or close to it. And then near quarter-acre lots, I think it's absolutely way too dense and it needs to be reconsidered, as well as everything else that everyone has said with the rerouting and the traffic issues. It's ridiculous, added people. I'm concerned for the safety and security of our house because of all the extra traffic. And those are some of the irrigation support. And it's just not able to support what's here in that density.
Thank you, Ms. Holfeldt. Okay, so with that, we will close the public portion of the hearing, or I'm sorry, we'll move to rebuttal from the applicant. You'll have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thanks to the public for their testimony. I'm just going to start with the traffic situation or the traffic comments. First and foremost, the impact that 48 lots have, while the duration, I guess, could be longer, the intensity of those residences comparative to a 350 student school with whatever many teachers they have, I think the intensity is far less. And so that's one thing to consider. We are matching the zone here. We didn't ask for any rezones. We basically looked at what the zone was and we looked at the neighborhood and we developed a design that is really kind of exactly under the code that the other lots are around it. And so we felt like that's what would have least impact on the existing neighborhood, and that's the direction that we went there. I know that the city really is pushing these days for higher density, and in this case, we didn't feel like it was the right thing to do to go there, and we felt like it was just better to match the zone, and we're about a unit per acre lower than the allowed density by code. But back to the traffic. So we need to have 2 accesses into the subdivision. There's no question about that. So then if we did put one on Carolina, I guess the conversation would become, which access are we going to keep on Monitor Way? And ACHD, and I think it is good traffic policy, tells us that it's really good that we line up our intersections. And so I think that the northern access that lines up with Londoner is really the best location for a well, actually, I like both of the locations on Monitor because it's what works best in the area for us. But this argument that we're going to be sending all of the traffic out Hollandale, I just think is just, I mean no disrespect, but I think it's a weak argument, because if I live on the northern half of the proposed subdivision, yeah, it is possible that I'm going to go across. I'm going to stop at my stop sign. I'm going to cross Monitor Way, and I'm going to meander out through Hollandale. If I live in the southern half of the subdivision, it really makes a lot more sense to take a left, hit Carolina, and go out the collector that doesn't have people backing out of their driveways. These folks are concerned that they're backing out of their driveways all the time. Well, the last thing I think that the residents of our subdivision are going to want to do is run the gauntlet of people backing out of their driveways every morning. I mean, it really does make a lot of sense for people to use the route out Carolina. And I think that once they learn the challenges and they identify the driving patterns, that's where most of the traffic is going to go. Now, that being said, I think everybody's focusing on how people are leaving the subdivision. But if people are coming from the north and they're coming down 5 Mile Road, is it possible they're going to turn on Hollandale before they turn on Carolina? Absolutely. And so at that point, it doesn't matter where the entrances are. I feel like 48 units are not creating an amount of traffic that is really to have a concern about. I know that's easy for me to say. I'm not in these people's homes. And again, I mean no disrespect with these comments, but ACHD doesn't have us do a traffic report on any development that's under 150 units because the impact is so minimal. And they know that the money that you spend on traffic studies just, really, it's not worth it when you're doing a 48 unit development. So that's the reason that we didn't do a traffic study on this, because it wasn't required and it was not necessary. I also heard someone say that Carolina is an easement that's dedicated to the school district for access. I mean, I read that in a written letter, and I had my surveyor dive back into the deeds. And I mean, there's just no truth in that comment. Carolina is an ACHD right of way. It's there as a public road. There are no deed restrictions that limit the extensions of Malad Street. Again, there are no deed restrictions that we have come across in our research. Let's try to get these before go through these, make sure I get everything. Type of housing, they're going to be single family homes, 3 to 5 bedrooms. HOA, I really don't want to get into that because I don't want to waste my last 30 seconds, but there will be an HOA and there will be extensive requirements to be able to live in one of these houses. Irrigation, we definitely have the water rights that we need, or that we are, I guess, have the right. We have rights to water to irrigate this property, and we do have rights to utilize the existing pump station. Now, it is possible that we will have to upgrade some pumps and make the system work better now that we are bringing more property online, but yet to be determined, but we do have rights to the pump station. And then the last one I think that's important is in regards to fencing. My client would prefer to replace all of the perimeter fencing. On the north side, we abut existing lots, and on the south side, we abut a few existing lots. My client is more than willing to replace all of that fencing so that it matches all the fencing in the development. However, if the folks that live there currently are, I guess, attached to those fences, we're more than happy to keep them in place.
Thank
and
you.
then we'll just build our lot fences.
Thank you.
And I think that covers about everything.
Okay, great.
Any other questions?
Thank you. Okay, well, that will close the public portion of our hearing, and that item is now before our very small commission.
Madam Chairman,
Commissioner Gillespie.
move that we approve SUB 22-31 with all the terms and conditions in the staff report.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Finfrock. Thank you. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
So I agree with the comments about traffic that I don't think it's going to cause a significant adverse impact on any of the neighborhoods around there. I would also point out just, if you look at the staff report, it's interesting on all the other staff reports tonight, there's criteria for the decision for the type of permit that we have to find. Well, in a subdivision, in a straight subdivision application where the applicant meets the bare language of the code, you will notice in this staff report, there are no approval criteria. I'm not an expert and I don't want to get sideways with James this late at night, but my guess is that's because LUPA, which is the state law that enables planning and zoning, if you meet the requirements for a subdivision, it's I don't want to say it's automatic, but the city's ability to intervene, I think, is more limited. And in this particular case, I just can't find any, adverse impacts or issues that are within the jurisdiction of this commission, or even problems if they were. So I support this subdivision.
Madam Chair. Commissioner Finfrock.
I just want to add to the ACHD comment because I was looking up through, the actual in our staff report about what ACHD commented on.
Uh-oh.
And no, I'm going to keep it simple, but they do talk about the Carolina Drive. They talk about district policy requires driveways near intersections to be located a minimum of 75 feet from the nearest local street intersection. And so if there's question about that, you can you go look at the ACHD staff, or, the comments, and it kind of outlines it while, why the applicant had some issues with that. So it is there, and it is correct. They would have had to put in a driveway approach request, and there's some hoops they would have had to jump through. So there's also some, like I said, some issues with doing it on, or at least making that access onto Carolina Drive. And I just wanted to throw that out there because that's also in our staff report, and you could read through that.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Oh, Commissioner Mooney.
Yeah, I agree with the traffic comments, but I wanted to bring up one other comment that didn't get registered. I want to throw this out for the applicant and the staff. I agree with monitoring Carolina discussions a bit, but more importantly, the new neighbors that are going to live in this subdivision, Malad Street's the biggest issue. It's, as ACHD says in their staff report, it's a 750-foot straight. And then in the late correspondence, the mitigation that the applicant made was minor, in my opinion. So the folks that are going to live on the new Malad Street are going to be subject to all kinds of future problems with speeding neighbors. They're going to be asking for speed humps soon, especially to that stub street. So I think there could have been a better street design, but I agree with Commissioner Gillespie that it's not out of our purview. I just wanted to make my comments, probably in honor of Commissioner Danley, that this was a poor street design.
Thank you, Commissioner Mooney. Okay, so before us, we have a motion to approve SUB 22-31 for Monitor Way subdivision. Lastly, we didn't address it, but the staff will be able to answer your questions about the name change situation. Okay, great. Will the clerk please call the vote?
Stead.
Aye.
Gillespie.
Aye.
Finfrock.
Aye.
Aye.
Mooney.
Aye.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, and with that, this hearing is adjourned. Thank you.